All right. How's it going, everyone? Oh, hold up, buddy. Nice. Nope. Ooh. All right, let's break that rhythm a bit here. Oh, I screwed up the input. Oh, I couldn't get it out in time. Every time, huh? Ah. Nice. First game of the day. Natural to be a little bit sloppy. Let's take a look at the health stream real quick here. Okay. I also haven't played Street Fighter in a decent amount of time, so it is inevitable that I am going to struggle sauce. Additionally, I need to increase the quality. What I need to do actually is go to the training mode. Totally forgot about that. Let's work. right now, this is the training dummy. I'm searching right now for online players to go up against. I will be going against a real player real soon. Right now, I'm just doing a little bit of training mode while I wait to get some matches going here, but it shouldn't take too long. This is something we won't have to worry about with the next game coming out. Matches will be so damn fast in the next game. But as we, speaking of which, we got a match. Now, one of the big things that we're going to be doing today is that the matches that we're doing today is really just to give time for people to kind of join in and participate. We're actually going to be doing a lot of discussions today. That's kind of the real focus of the stream today. I want us to talk a little bit about, and I want your guys' input as well, a bit about fighting games, controversies around fighting games, and discussions about like where things are going right now with the excitement of Street Fighter 6 coming up around here real soon. Tomorrow there is going to be a stream for Street Fighter 6. The showcase for that is going to be on stream, and I'm going to be starting the stream 2 hours early before that begins. Yes, it is. It is a little difficult to find matches, but it's not impossible. Oh, that sucks for him. Oh, I screwed up. Whew. So far, so good. This really is just more of a focus around getting people to talk about a bit about fighting games. People that are not maybe the biggest fan of fighting games, and talk about like what do they like about them. I would love this to be a genuine discussion about like the genre itself. Oh, I totally got baited. Oh no. Nice, he's spacing me out really good. Ah, man, the latency. Oof. The lag is no joke right now. Really wish the frames would stop dropping right now. Damn, that's actually that active, huh? That's an incredible target combo. Nice reactions there. Wow, every time that wins. Holy shit. That target combo is insane. So tell me, Jake, are you interested in the 6 Street Fighter game? The only fighting games you play are MK, ST, and JJ Aspa. I don't know what that is. See, it says it's a 4-bar connection. How is it not playing like a 4-bar connection? I'm a little confused. That target combo is insane. Can't see anything. JJABSR. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Ah, I'm gonna eat shit from this one. Man, this guy is a little bit beyond me after all, though. That's too bad. Bad connection match. Ah, the JoJo game. And you played Dragon Ball Fighter Z? Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. I have not played the JoJo fighting game. I heard it's friggin' nuts. I heard it's completely crazy. But yes, I will... As I was mentioning before, I will be streaming 2 hours earlier, and we're gonna do like a 2-hour early stream of like catching up on content leading up to the showcase, and then we're gonna watch the showcase. Hopefully this stream doesn't fail tomorrow and everything works out really well, but we'll see how that pans out as we get closer and closer to that tomorrow. But we're gonna do a couple matches today, and then break down some discussions. In particularly, we're going to be talking a lot about modern controls that are going to be in the 6th game. We're going to be talking a lot about like easier inputs for fighting games. There's a lot of controversies surrounding easier inputs, especially for more older veteran fighting game players, that I've been noticing a lot more on social media about the idea of simplified controls, simplifying games, simplifying fighting games, and they're a little worried about losing the essence of the fighting game. And I figured it might be great to have discussions about that, and I wanted to hear your guys' input about what you guys think about that in general, because I have a lot of thoughts about, you know, the direction of fighting games in general, and what to expect, what we should expect, and what we all should think about it. In case you didn't know, Jake, I've played a lot of fighting games, but I only recently, in the last like probably 3 to 4 years, have I really like gotten to a level where I can feel like I understand fighting games now. Like I understand the structure of how they are played, and it's not like it's just because it took me that long. It's more like there were so many resources available online that were able to teach you these things, and I figured we could watch a couple of those things together. It'd be fun to watch. It'd be fun to be educated about it. They're great showcases about them as well. Great educational material. So we're gonna do a little bit of content stealing later today. But right off the bat, I don't got the best impression of Street Fighter V's online mode right now while streaming. It seems like the stream itself is... I don't know if it's just because of the online... Street Fighter V has a notoriously bad online system, but I don't know if the stream is compounding to that or a little bit or not. We'll find out soon enough. I might reduce the frame rate of my game a little bit in order to make it more doable. That was a bad idea, jumping at that. Oh, that's a misinput. Guys got 6 wins in a row. Nice. I tried to catch it one more time. Oh shit. Yeah, Matt walked out. I think I got him here. Don't know if that'll kill though. Damn near did. Ah, fuck, I misjudged the range. I have a suspicion I may have stumbled on a smurfer. 6 wins in a row like that? Make that 7 now? But then again, he's at rank level 56. That could very well be the case. Oh no. Ah. Every time he catches me. BP? No, he went with a V shift right off the bat. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Shit. Right off the bat, huh? Yeah. I got a feeling. Damn. You can spam in the corner. I know that in MK you can spam light attacks. Can you spam in the corner? I know that you can in MK you can spam light attacks. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by spam light, Jake, but typically, the way it works that in most fighting games you can't like quote unquote spam. There's something called frame advantage. So you use specific moves that give you more frames during your attacks. And we'll actually go through a little bit of that about what that means specifically. But for like Kage, for example, his moves would be his stomp gives him more frame advantage when you use the heavy version of it. So he can keep pressuring you the more he stomps. That said, there's a gap in the strike where you can interrupt it. So that's kind of the functionality of how the move works. So I wouldn't say that you can kind of spam, but it's not quite the way that you think. Oh, nope. He caught me in the air. I try to catch it. Nice. Shit. Oh, I try to get the meaty pressure going. I should have just done a heavy attack. That's what I should have done. Oh no, I tried to challenge it. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. It's fast. Oh, well, it didn't work. I don't know, I kept failing that. Crouch and move opponent to corner and then just keep pressuring. I think it's J or K on PC. J or K. So right after this match, well, I'm going to show you in training mode what exactly I'm talking about when it comes to pressure. Oh, that sucks for him. Woo! We hit that extended hitbox. Huh, that's frame positive. I don't know if that's gonna land. It did. Good.
Win.
Jake, I think that you're talking about, like, if you get your opponent to the corner, and if you just keep mashing light attacks, right? And you can keep them trapped there in the corner. Is that what you're asking about? If that's the case, I'm going to show you something in particular about fighting games in general, and this is pretty universal overall. So let's say I get my opponent to start blocking a little bit here. Let's go guard all. Okay. I'm assuming you're talking about this, right? Where you can just keep trapping them. But you'll notice that the more that you keep jabbing at someone, the further away my character goes. That's called pushback. The more I hit my opponent, the more further away I get. So I can only hit them like twice. 3 times probably at the most. Notice that? After that, after the 3rd hit, I'm pushed too far away, and I can no longer keep the pressure going. Not only that, but certain moves are negative during block. So when I do an attack like that, they could actually intercept my attack right afterwards if they have the knowledge. That's a big component to fighting games. It's what we call frame data. So let's see if I can turn on the frames real quick. I don't know. This should have frames somewhere around here. Here we go. Frame data. So notice on the top left of the corner of where it says frames on this new HUD, it's going to mention about how I have +3 with the blue. That means that I have 3 frames on my opponent, meaning that if they hit a button that is slower than 3 frames, I win every time, or technically slower than that. So that's kind of how that works. Yeah, I didn't know that because in some games you can just stay. Yes, in this game, this is what we call pushback. In most fighting games, I don't know so much about with JoJo, but like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, King of Fighters, they all have something, even Tekken, 3D fighting games, they all have something called pushback on block, where the more you strike your opponent, the further away you get from them. So eventually that stops. So what's the trick with fighting games? The trick with fighting games overall isn't actually how frequently you can pressurize your opponents. Pressure can help because you can eventually find gaps in their defense, but the real trick with fighting games is actually measurement. It's like playing pool, for example, where you got to use a bit of measurements in order to measure the strike of your opponents, and then that's where you get opportunities to punish your opponent. I'm gonna use this one. Akuma is a character I am scared of in this game. Oh, I got input lag there. This guy even playing? Oh, he is. So like right there, what we saw when that last hit, his knee missed me, but I was able to hit him back because he missed. So it extended his he extended himself where I could hit him with my attack. That's called whiff punishing. Nice. It's fine. You can keep throwing fireballs. I'll eventually get the pressure on you. Oh, I got that input lag again. Nice. Oh, that's right. In this game, you can cross up in the corner. I totally forgot that you can cross up in the corner in here. Wow, that missed. Nope. Wait, you can spam an MK, just press light attack whenever her hand is down to shoulder. Press light attack again, and you can spam until he is dead in MK 10. I don't know about 11. Okay, so yeah, in MK 11, there's a larger amount of pushbacks. I didn't know which MK you were talking about. MK 11, there is far more pushback on block. MK 10, I have heard that there is an enormous amount of pressure that you can apply on people with low spams, which, oh shit. Which is something I heard that they fixed eventually in the game. It's still pretty strong, but it's not nearly as prominent as it used to be. But I did hear that that was the case for a while. Yeah. Got him with the cross up there. I got it to the other side of him. Yikes. My lamp died for a little bit there. No, Street Fighter is not coming tomorrow. There is going to be a stream tomorrow that's going to showcase Street Fighter 6. It's supposed to be like hosted by Lil Wayne, so I'll be starting my stream 2 hours early to try to get ahead of it. And then we're going to be doing like analysis videos and stuff like that and breaking down shit. I know Corey Kenshin got it early. But no, Street Fighter 6 is not coming tomorrow. I think we're still like a month and a half away, maybe 2 months. I can't remember exactly the date, but I think it's like, was it May, maybe? I don't remember. Might be next month. I can't remember. Out of curiosity, Jake, have you ever seen any videos from like Core Gaming? It's a channel on YouTube called Core A. Make great analysis content. Oof, not. Nice. It's a throw. Got it. Ooh, that's gonna suck. Down with the mix. Corey Gaming. Core A Gaming. Not Corey Gaming, but Core A Gaming. Like the core of an Adam's apple or something, or like core of an apple. Not Adam's apple, but core of an apple. And then A Gaming. I'll show you a video real soon here. What I'm talking about. It'll be fun. Woo! Let's fucking go. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. I'm gonna spell it in chat for you. Core A Gaming. I have a tab on. I'll do one more match with this guy. Is he making Sonic in GTA 5 mods? No. But you will... he makes analysis videos for fighting game content. Very educational stuff. Very cool. Some of the most fascinating stories that you'll see in gaming. What a mix! Holy shit! I'm banking everything on this one. He blocked eye! Oh my god! Nice. Oh shit. That does not work. The match.
Win.
All right. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So let's start with Core A Gaming. And suddenly a lot of things will make sense to you about fighting games and the structure of fighting games and how they work. Why is my captions locked? There we go. All right. So, Jake, do you know much about frame data? Do you know what frame data is? I turn off my matchmaking real quick here. Because frame data is a universal thing that's involved in every fighting game out there. There are really educational material about what exactly frame data is. Once you understand the basics of what frame data is, a lot of fighting games make sense. I didn't realize it's frame positive. A lot, but that's enough. It's map. Okay. Let's start with this. All right, let's make sure that everything's working fine. All right. I'm gonna change the volume on Street Fighter so you can't hear it as much. Actually, no, that's fine, audio-wise. All right. It's mapped that you can tell where you will go before you go. Kind of. So frame data is information about what is called recovery frames, active frames, and startup frames. These are the frames that tell you information about when a move's going to start, when you're about to get hit by the move, and when the move ends. And all this will make sense. Glory Gaming is one of my favorite analysis channels out there. It is one of the best. It's great for educational material and really good at breaking down things in a very basic way. It's a lot of fun. I've shown tons of friends their content. They're incredibly good at what they do. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started on this. Oh, hold up. Before I do that, gotta make sure that it is going to the right audio output. That way you can hear it. All right, can you hear the music from that? Let me know that you can hear the music from that. If you can't hear the audio, let me know and put it in the chat real quick so I can kind of backtrack a little bit.
Anyone who's ever played a fighting game has overpowered. We know if actually just being a crybaby. Like this is powerful. Visible to the average. Data. Backbone. Fascinating. Sound is sexy fighting game. Or well, you don't have God to that just understand some basic concepts. Start with boxes game them with an invisible red thing. You get hit, it's not your that gets hit, it's your depending on the game, the hit and hurt boxes they coincide with the animations. At X, or the actual be standing on.
Okay, but it's lagging every 3 seconds, like back on this. Okay, so let's try this.
Have your
let me know if it's smoother.
Someone in the game.
Actually, you know what? I know what to do.
hit. It's not your body that gets hit. It's your, depending on the game, hit and hurt. They coincide animations. Next, the boxes be standing on box move. Boxes feels way to make changing their sizes. Bigger hitbox and a box. Every attack called the startup.
All right, so this is the part that I want you to pay most attention to. Notice the animations right here for Ryu where it says startup. That is the time where the move is about to begin. That is the time in when the swing of the attack has not come out, but it's beginning its animation. The active is when the attack comes out and you can now hit your opponent during that attack. You can hear only every fifth word. Okay. And that's fine. I'll break it down for you as we're watching a little bit at a time. But the startup is that specifically. And you know what? I think I know why. Let's shut down Street Fighter a little bit. Tell me if you can hear everything going on from here. But basically, this... Oh, I gotta... Yeah. Okay, there we go. So the startup is when the attack begins. But you don't hit anything because there's a time period for the attack to travel. The active is when the attack connects on your opponent. So that active is where you want to hit your opponent. And then the recovery is when your attack is coming back down, but at that point you are now vulnerable to be intercepted. So let me know if you can hear everything clearly now.
Beginning in. Watch this famous clip. Begins your up.
Out of curiosity, let's see if I lift the maybe I can lift settings on here, subtitles, options, and I increase where it's at. What I'm going to do instead is do this. Transform. All right, let's see.
The frame could be capable. And most 60. Why does it each phase of an attack matter? The best way to explain this is to use examples outside of hand-to-hand combat. Let's begin with startup frames. If you've ever seen a Civil War movie, it's immediately obvious why we don't use rifle much anymore. Ridiculous damage already be dead. Startup, want it to be loading a rifle must take a long time. Firing it takes a fraction of a second. The time that the air is time damage. The red that I showed you, the active here for because the chances of your attack is higher. Bullets and kicks have a small. Some weapons have active frames. For example, capable of taking your out there would not. This move in weapon saber. It's lethal whether you swing it or not. It out that a real lightsaber fight will be like a mix of fencing rather than the flashy. After the active frame, final part of the attack. This one, baseball. Baseball. 7. Game. The amount of force do anything else, such as run towards first base, block. unavoidable because physics. Without all this, one thing requires no follow. Of course, you're not going to hit any. You're able to after the ball makes it a decent pace. What if you want to do a and have lack of Fighter 4 this with what's a decent cancel. If it existed in baseball, it might huge part.
So we're gonna stop right there because now we're moving into more advanced techniques. But that's the basics of like fighting games in general, which is like when a move begins, when the move is active, and when the move ends. That's the basics of it. When an attack is out there, that is when you can land a hit. So if we were to look at, let's say we turn this off and slow it down. Okay, if we were to slow it down to 50, like half the speed, right there, the kick. When she goes for the kick right there that you're seeing with her leg coming up and it's blurred out, that's the startup of the attack. The moment the attack connects to the face, that's called active. That's when they are actually taking damage. And now we're seeing the leg is starting to come down. As the leg comes down, that attack is now exposed. You can hit that leg and you get rewarded for that. It's called a whiff punish. And that is the basics of fighting games in general. The most basic element of fighting games is understanding that attacks have a startup, attacks have an active, and attacks have a recovery. If you learn those things, then you can learn how to hurt people and hit people in fighting games. That's like the most basic element of it. Let's do this real quick. We're going to get Street Fighter back on here again. Oops, I screwed up. And then we're going to do that. I'm going to do real quick is put something there. From what did you get your name? That's a funny story. I had a friend of mine that listened to a punk rock band named Minor Threat. So initially, I had a hard time. I'm even like 14 at the time, and he wanted, like, I was having difficulty trying to figure out like a PlayStation network name. I wanted an identity at that age and trying to figure out like what's a gaming name that I can kind of get behind. And he suggested one of his bands that he likes, which is a punk band called Minor Threat. And the band name was already taken, so we ended up changing it. And before long, the name kind of stuck. Now, there's a little bit more to it than that, but that's kind of like the basic gist of like how the name was kind of born. So that's kind of where I got my name. And before long, the name kind of stuck with all my online buddies. Let's go here. Why is it doing that now? Nope, that's not what I want. Well, now it's doing the opposite thing. Let us shut this game down again. I need to make this function here. Turn over here. So what ended up happening was that I had this friend of mine that really wanted to. I think he came up with a really inappropriate joke. What ended up happening is that he wanted to name it, like, it was originally Minor Threat. But then what ended up happening is that the name was already taken. And what ended up happening is that he made a joke and he said Minor Treat. And I kind of ran with it at that point. So for a long period of time, my gamer ID went by the name of Minor Treat. But as I got older, and I was like 14 at the time, and as I got older, I started realizing the name sounded more and more inappropriate, and I didn't like it. Most people didn't care. They didn't even think about it, but it bugged me. And so before long, I changed it from Treat to Rig because I didn't want that association with it. Not only that, but when I did YouTube searches on my channel, I also realized that Minor Treat was always coming up with the band. So I changed the name to Minor Rig so that way there was a differentiation between me and I'm not competing with the YouTube algorithm with my character, with my my identity of online gaming in general. So that's kind of where that began. So the audio is working, right? Oh, you know what? That explains a lot.
Match.
No, 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 no. Let's go back to training. Yes, yes.
Union Station.
Hey, I was waiting for you.
All right, let's get. I'm hoping this thing doesn't do what it did last time. You know, I'm not gonna even bother. Let's first get a game going here. Nope, I want at least a 4-bar connection. Oh, Blanca. This is a character I don't have as much knowledge about.
Is using their main
Let us
character.
do this real quick. The band name was already taken. Riggs, that
Round 1. Fight.
okay. That worked out smoothly.
Now you see. This round 2. Fight.
That missed? Let's fucking go, man. All right, let's double check that again. Let's first get a game going here. Okay, that worked out smoothly. All right, just want to make sure my audio is working properly.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh shit, this is not going well. Yeah, back off a little bit. Oh shit. Oh, it's frame positive. I didn't know that. That's something I didn't realize. Damn.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn. That's super frame positive. Holy shit. Damn, he got me. Fucking pummeled me that round.
You lose. Round one. Fight.
Shit. Okay, every time he jumps in the air, so I gotta look for that. Wow, what a fucking setup there. No. Oh, damn. That goes straight vertical. No. I did not finish Bloodborne. I got through... What was the... I can't remember what the last boss was at this moment. That's right. I fought Amygdala. I beat Amygdala, and then I'm up against the Martyr Ligorius, I think it is. Oh, you son of a bitch. Damn, that lag. Oh, he jumped. Got me. Yep, he got me.
You lose.
How much did Bloodborne cost? I actually didn't have to pay for the game because the game was free since I got myself a PlayStation 5, but I'm sure it's like a $20 or $30 game by now. But it's a lot of fun if you enjoy Souls-like games. If you like Dark Souls or if you like Elden Ring, you should feel relatively at home. They're a lot of fun.
Your heart beats. I will stop it.
All right, let's try this one more time here. I'm hoping this doesn't do what I think it does. Nope, it did. Let's try it. Frick.
What I did want to talk about
No,
is
not what I wanted. Yeah, of course. That doesn't work. Uh-oh. Don't got a choice. Gotta bow out of that stream. Did you play GTA? I have not played GTA. I'm not a big GTA player. This won't work. I don't know how I got that working last time. I'll have to fidget around with my settings next time around to try to get things figured out. But what 3 VC Sand 45? I don't know what 3 VC Sand 45 is. Unless you're talking about Say jam. But oh, I see. As in GTA 3, San Andreas 4 or 5. I played the third game, San Andreas. I never played the fourth one, and I never played 5. No, I played San Andreas, yeah. That's probably one of the few GTA games I actually got my hands on that I did play. I did enjoy it, actually. I really liked it. I even beat that one all the way through. I played a little bit of Red Dead Redemption, but I never played Red Dead Redemption 2. Never played Vice City. Actually.
I was waiting for you.
All right, we're gonna do one more match on Street Fighter 5, and then we're gonna start our discussions about primarily what we're gonna be talking about is easier fighting games in general. And there is a lot of conversation that's kind of going on right now about fighting games that's kind of going around online about whether or not they're getting too easy. Let's go ahead and turn on rank real quick. There's definitely a big jump between platinum ranks and gold ranks. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of the best games ever. It is even up there with the best graphics. Yes, I've heard nothing but amazing things about Red Dead Redemption 2. I actually owned the game on release. I never played it. And then what ended up happening was that I loaned the game to someone I know, and then they lost it. So that was a thing that happened. But that is actually one of the games someday I will actually play on my channel. I do plan on playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on my channel at some point in time. It's just I'm gonna have to get through a bunch of other single player games. I still need to finish Bloodborne, see where that goes, and work through a bunch of other things. The channel itself is primarily focused around fighting games, so that is ultimately my goal for the channel. And kind of what this whole thing right now is kind of my focus around this channel in general about what I really want. But this stream today is really about the focus of that.
Fight.
Damn. Yeah, I gotta get him to back off. XDP? Nope. That should kill. Yeah. You ask me, it is game of the year. I can get that. Nice. Son of a bitch. Damn. That's it. Oh shit. That was risky for him to go for that.
You win.
You successfully blocked the opponent's rank up.
Oh, I feel fucking shitty for that, to block his rank up like that. Ugh, I never liked that. Shit, it's got me trapped. Nice. Frame trapped the hell out of me. Yep, got a turtle. Totally got me fucked there.
Round 2. Fight.
Nope. Damn. Fuck, that might stun me. Damn. I might lose that. I don't know if I'll survive that or not. Nope, that's it. I'm dead. Damn, that was good. I wasn't careful on my stun meter.
You lose. Round 1. Fight.
Shit. Got it. Yeah, it's got a lot more range than I realized. Fuck. Oh, damn. Holy shit.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, damn. Damn, he's shimmying out of that. A bad time. No. Nice. He fucking got me whomped there. Alright. Who would be the best Street Fighter player but everyone disrespects you and clowns, or be worse but everyone respects you? I'm guessing what you're saying is, would I rather be someone who is the best Street Fighter player and everyone hates me, right? And they disrespects me and they clown on me? or would I rather be respected but be the worst player out there? I'd rather be the one winning. Yeah, because you can get like, even if you were, obviously respect is an important component, but if you can win your games, I mean, that's kind of the whole primary reason why you're playing any video game competitively. But I suppose it really comes down to the motivation. But I think, you know, you can be a, you know, you can enjoy fighting games without the need to always be the best. You know, to have fun with fighting games is kind of the most important component. That was a tough fight too. I don't know too much about that character, so there's a bit of knowledge gap there. All right, let's get to the real topics at hand today. All right, we are going to do this. All right, I wanted to have a discussion. How much did your PC cost, or did you build it? Because I want to get a PC soon. So I bought a pre-built PC, and I bought one that was like a medium one, so I can learn to upgrade it on my own over a period of time. And I worked from there. So mine costed about $550, I think it was. So that's kind of, and I've got a decent one. Then I upgraded over a period of time and got some decent upgrades, a better graphics card, better CPU, better motherboard. I recommend starting that way, but it's hard to say. Some people will mention about like starting with a, you know, you build your own PC and you know every component to it. I couldn't do that. I didn't have the patience for it, and I sure didn't have the time for it. So I started with a pre-built PC that I bought. That was a medium-sized one that I would have to upgrade, so that I could learn how to build. I could learn how to build incrementally and kind of work from there. But I wanted to start with a conversation. That's kind of the whole purpose of today's stream, is a fighting game discussion about this particular video. This is done by IDOM. If you've never seen it, IDOM is a professional player, and he is going to be talking a bit about are modern fighting games getting too easy? And we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Interested in Project L. I'm not a fan of it not having motions, though. I think that, I don't know. I don't hate the. I mean, I kind of hate the no motions thing. Actually, that transitions into the conversation.
So what he is talking about right off the bat is IDOM is talking about Project L, which is, there's going to be a League of Legends fighting game that's going to be coming out, and with that comes the element of the idea of removing motion controls. You know, typically when you do a fireball in Street Fighter, you have to do a quarter circle movement. You know, you have to move your finger from down to forward, and that is like the quintessential identity of like fighting game techniques, special moves that are done through like specific input movements. Project L, the League of Legends fighting game, is going to remove that, and they're going to be doing purely focused on the idea of doing a input based only fighting game. So that way you just press forward and a button and you'll do a fireball that way, which can be appealing to some, but there's obviously a lot of controversy surrounding it. So we're going to be talking a lot about this controversy
Today, well, the topic. Arxis did an interview with IGN today, and they were talking about Guilty Gear, you know, how Strive's been for the past 2 years, and thoughts on fighting games as a whole. But, you know, the whole article's right here. You guys could check it out here, because he talks a lot about Guilty Gear and, like, fighting games in general. But one thing that I thought was very interesting in this article. So in the article, you know, IGN asks, and then is there anything that you would think you would like to have done differently, or anything on that side of it? So what I thought was interesting was, so how do I put it, amongst different, I guess you would say, competitive games, fighting games in particular, have a high bar of entry. It is really hard for new people to join in on that. So if there's something that I wish I could do better next time, it is to make that a lot easier. Make it easier and simpler for people to have, for people to be able to just join in the game and really start to enjoy fighting it. So basically we're trying to make fighting games even easier, which I thought was a weird thing to put, because I think most people would probably agree Strive is probably on the easier side of the Guilty Gear franchise. Most people would probably say Strive is the easiest Guilty Gear game out right now. And you know, Street Fighter 5 did the whole easy route. The Street Fighter 5 was much easier than Street Fighter 4, which got me kind of scared. I'm like, bro, how much easier can you be making these games?
So right there, right off the bat, a professional fighting game player is pretty nerve-rattled about the idea of fighting games getting easier. And what we're talking about when it comes to Guilty Gear is that we are talking about moves that are going to be simplified to the point where we are removing the dexterity in fighting games, because in order for you to do a bunch of moves, you have to do a lot of inputs. You have to do a lot of directional inputs that go left, right, down to left, down to right, back to quarter circle. There's a lot of inputs. You have to move that stick around quite a bit. And there's a lot of controversy surrounding this because a lot of people are a little worried about it being an issue. And obviously, for professional players, it's understandable, you know, especially legacy players. And he's talking about how Guilty Gear Strive is already considered to be a pretty easy fighting game in terms of its structure, its design, how most people should be able to do it if you really put the time and energy, just you know, 5 minutes, and it shouldn't be hard. I think he's right. I do think that he's right. However, I think there's a lot of controversy surrounding this because of the element of, right now, Street Fighter 6 is going to be implementing modern controls in which you can do a fireball off of a single button just by pressing triangle. And there's a lot of question about where do we draw that line. So let's see where he goes with this conversation.
I don't hate on the games being easier, because I definitely think it's still hard to win in. I think that's just like the competitive nature of fighting games, like they said. But like, how much easier are we talking? There's no like hard combos. I never feel like there's ever like a reason to lab super hard combos or anything, because like the combos in every fighting game are easy. You're more labbing situations and like player matchups or player character matchup more than like combos or like just doing cool stuff in training mode. I see you say Dragon Ball FighterZ easy. I definitely think Fighter Z was an easy game. Would I put Fighters as the easiest fighting game out right now? I think if you were actually a new fighting game player, I would probably recommend you to play Dragon Ball Fighter, because I do think it's probably like one of the easier games to pick up. But even talking with like the new games like Project L, I know Project L is supposed to be coming out soon. There's been a lot of talk. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Project L. I know there's a Project L. Yeah, but even talking about just like Project L or something, Project L is not supposed to have motions, which I remember they said. I'm trying to find the article where they said it, or it was more recent. It was something like super recent. I'm trying to find like the article and the video that they actually said it, but they said Project L is not going to have motions because they think it's hard for people to get into the whole motion input thing. Which I think it's so weird how I feel like there's no correlation between people not buying the game because they have motion, because the game has motions in it. Very, very much easier, and I don't agree with a lot of the changes. I mean, it's just a whole fighting game thing. Like I said, I don't know if I'm out of touch, or just like, are motions really that hard? I'm out of touch. That's what it is. I'm just out of touch. Motions are hard. Okay, maybe I am just out of touch.
So right off the bat, we're talking about motion controls. We're talking about, is there a skill gap to the dexterity of doing these inputs? So Paper Chen, or was it Paper Chazin? I feel that there is always a skill gap in fighting games. I think modern controls for Street Fighter 6 specifically is a great idea and in a good spot. I agree. I completely agree. I think that adding a separate control scheme to let people that don't want, in order for a fighting game to be fun, that it has to be simple. That the game has to be easy to play. And I think that they're missing the most important component, is that in order to even enjoy a fighting game, you should have fun playing the fighting game. You should be able to do cool shit. And I think that's what modern controls kind of do for a lot of people, is that they offer an opportunity for people to do cool shit and have fun doing that. I think that's an important component. I think it's better for company because more players than don't know how to play fighting games will come to play. And this is a great argument. This is actually a great argument, because this is a major component about fighting games in general, about how fighting games are a very niche market. And fighting games are culturally impactful. I cannot, how many of you have gone around and noticed the character Ryu or Ken or Blanca or any other Street Fighter character or any other fighting game character like Mortal Kombat, Raiden, Scorpion, Sub-Zero? When we see them in media, we recognize them immediately. So we know that fighting game has a meaningful impact on culture. We know that it has staying power and it holds into the minds of people around them. So we do know for a fact that the formula of the characters and the formula of the game is there, and it has big implementations and implications in society. So we know that there is a huge element to that. But when we talk about fighting games in general, fighting games tend to lack a player base. After a period of time, and I've experienced this a lot myself, the player base shrinks substantially, and it's because it's a niche market. And a lot of people get carried away with the idea that, there is, the difficulty skill curve being the reason why people don't want to play. And I don't entirely think that is the reason why. I think that people want to do cool things. So I think the smart option is to implement both. Now, if you're going to make a core game like a League of Legends fighting game from the ground up, have no motion input controls, I think that's fair. I think it's most important that you craft a clear idea of what kind of game that you want. And I think that is kind of the main focus of this conversation, is what we really want from our fighting games to be quote unquote easy, or do we want our fighting games to be fun? And to me, that's kind of the more important component. Do people have fun doing motion controls? I actually think that the average player actually has fun doing motion controls. It's an engaging element. I don't think that it's stops people from engaging it. But if you make a fighting game that's, that doesn't have motion controls, I don't think that's a problem either. I think what is a problem is where you reduce it from the game itself. Like, for example, let's say that Street Fighter 6 removed motion controls and suddenly went to what League of Legends is doing. That to me would be where I would say that kind of is going a bit too far. Offering the option with the modern controls is a great idea, but if you were to remove that entirely from the existing player base, then that is kind of where you hit the heresy moment. While I think that if you create a game right off the bat that is just easy to play and it's a brand new IP, I think that's reasonable. I think that's fair. That's totally fine. I don't see a problem with that at all, because then you're fundamentally making the game focused around that. But for games like Street Fighter, for games like King of Fighters, or any other games that have motion controls, Guilty Gear and whatnot, even Dragon Ball FighterZ, I think adding additional things in the game, like additional control schemes to make it easy for new players as well as people that just want to play and have fun, is a great idea. I think Street Fighter has found the perfect solution to that issue, because that's been something it's not a new conversation. This is not like a brand new conversation. This has been a conversation that's been plaguing fighting games for a while, since like Marvel vs. Capcom, where they simplify some of the inputs. All that really matters is the game fun? Are you having fun with the game?
I just got used to it really fast. Maybe I'm the boomer. I think people just don't like losing. Yeah, me personally, I just think people don't like losing, and it's hard to really reflect on a fighting game to know why you're losing besides saying the game's too hard. Even if people are coming from Riot's games, say like you play League of Legends and you just want to try a Project L, like doing emotion, I don't know. If I feel like I don't know, if I had to teach somebody how to do emotion, I feel like I could teach them in like 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, I guess you would compare it to like sports. Like you don't want to learn how to play basketball, but you do want to play I don't know. Like I feel like there's nothing you can really compare that to, because this doesn't happen in other genres of video games. Like no one ever says, oh, X game is too hard or Y game is too hard. Never happened. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's the same as like learning a meta or like learning peaks or angles or whatever you might do in another genre. Learning motions is probably just as simple as that. Arcade era? Well, in the arcade era, you couldn't even really practice. I can literally, if I wanted to practice motion, say I just got Street Fighter 5, I could literally just boot up training mode and do like drills for it. Like, I'm not gonna mess up this, but I've been doing this for like years now. I mean, I don't want to say it was because I'm a professional, but like, I'm not gonna mess up a motion. It's just built in now. Look how crisp those quarter circle forwards are. Like, it just rolls off the tongue for me. I don't know. I think it's weird. Like I said, in my opinion, I do think fighting games shouldn't be trying to get easier. I definitely think there's something like the fact that they said Strive's hard for people is kind of mind-boggling for me, because I definitely think Strive's on the easier spectrum of video games. I think Strive's probably like, if I had to make a tier list, Strive's definitely like on the A plus side, on kind of easy. I think Strive is very easy to understand and very easy to play. But if people are thinking Strive is hard, I can't imagine what was in the store for the future of fighting game. That's all I'm saying. Like, from playing Street Fighter 6 too, I think Street Fighter 6 is way more complicated than Strive. But if people think Strive is hard, I don't know what to tell them for 6. Do I think motion controls will eventually go away? I hope not. I think for a legacy fighting game player, they will never really take away motion control, but I do think some fighting games will not have them. I think people see Smash and definitely think we don't need motions anymore, because like Smash technically is the best-selling fighting game, and look how successful Smash is. And Smash is only on one console too, which also you got to think about. So they probably see it as, let's just try to copy Smash or something. But I think Smash is popular because of the IP. I think people underestimate how much weight the IP actually holds. Because Dragon Ball is like super successful. I think the IP helps a lot. And I think Smash is super successful because Mario's in the game, bro. Name again that rewards you for just playing instead of just winning. Like more. You don't have to win in fighting games to wish you call it. Think about it. I mean, there's no battle pass in like Street Fighter 5 or Dragon Ball. No fighting game has a battle pass. But even the games like Overwatch, like, even if I just play it, I'm still completing the battle pass. Every game's like that. I don't think fighting games need a battle pass, but you know, maybe in the future they just do like a battle pass.
Want to take it on the lap, cat? Come on.
Like I said, I don't know. Me personally, I don't know. Like I said, I came across this article today, and like I said, they said Strive was too hard, which I think is very weird to even read Strive as too hard. But like I said, it is what it is. People pick up Tekken and Mash. Yeah, but Tekken's Tekken. Even if
So that's the basic gist of this conversation. Let's move on to other topics about, like, for example, I think Maximilian does a great job of discussing this conversation as well.
Again.
Yeah.
I was just looking at something for Guilty Gear Strive. Unfortunately, and this is just a me thing, you know, and I don't feel like this accounts for everybody. I think somebody just mentioned, is Guilty Gear Strive a good game for beginners? Like, somebody mentioned that again. And at this point, I would say no. It's not. To be like, would XR a good game for beginners? Not specifically, no. Those games are not great for beginners at this point. If we were talking mid-2021, Summer 2021, yes, Guilty Gear Strive might have actually been one of the best games you could just get into fighting games for beginners. Unfortunately, now it's a much different situation. There's not a ton of people that are going to be playing it at lower skill levels. You're going to get super fucked up in that game. And not to mention, outside of the quality of the online play, which is great, the actual matchmaking between you and other players is absolutely god-awful. There's not many fighting games right now that are personally great for new players. There just isn't. A fighting game being great for new players really doesn't come down to the technical integrity of the game, because any fighting game can be good for new players. It comes down to the audience that you have to play with. Fighting games have a very small audience to play with, so the ones that have bigger audiences to play with are great for new players. And it doesn't mean you can't jump in and learn. Learning, though, will be much more challenging the longer a game has been out. Depending if the online is good or bad, the quality of play like netcode, the matchmaking is good or bad. Guilty Gear Strive was a fantastic game for new players for like the first 6 months, I'd say. And then it sort of fell into the exact same anime trope of like all anime fighting games kind of fall into, where they essentially have their hardcore audiences that play the hell out of them, and everyone leaves. Is doing great competitively, but that we're not talking about competitively, we're talking about for new players. You think Street Fighter 6 will be fantastic for new players? Yes. Street Fighter 6 is offering everything the new player needs. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8 when it eventually comes out, a new NRS game. All these games are amazing for new players.
Now that is something I wanted to talk about a little bit. Street Fighter 6 is going to be offering great stuff for new players. But why is Street Fighter 6 going to be offering great stuff for new players? I'm going to put some music on the background. Here, we'll put this on. So, why is Street Fighter 6 going to be great for new players? I think the reason why is because the game is early on its release, and it's much like what Max said, it is going to be focused around the element of like there are going to be plenty of new players to grow together with. But he said the same thing about Guilty Gear Strive really early on in its life cycle. Let's go ahead and bring that down a bit. So what is it after a certain amount of time period that should be the same thing for Street Fighter 6 then, right? About 6 months to 8 months after the game releases, the game's no longer new player friendly, right? And then no one's going to want to play the game after that. No more new players going to jump in. I think that is not going to be the case because of the modern control scheme. I think also the dynamic control scheme, I think a lot of people will jump into Street Fighter 6 because of the component that the game offers alternative ways to play the game and have fun, including the dynamic controls if you're playing single player mode. But I think for a lot of people, the value of a fighting game isn't like winning and beating ass online. I think it's whether or not they can play the game and just do cool shit. I think that a lot of people really are missing one of the most important elements to a fighting game, and there's a big conversation about fighting games that are totally being overlooked, which is content, single player content. I think single player content is the most important way to break people into enjoying a fighting game online. I think that a lot of fighting game aficionados, fans, tend to forget that a lot of people, including themselves, got into fighting games not because they were fighting other people, but because they were probably fighting the CPU, and then eventually they wanted to fight other people eventually. But almost everyone, when they boot up a fighting game, the first thing they do is go through the arcade mode, go through the story mode. That's the very first thing that every video game player does, is they go right to the single player content. I think that is something that is being overlooked, and I think that is something that we kind of need to be more focused around, is have more fighting games implement single player content that is engaging and fun and teaches you how to play the fighting game. That's like a huge element that's missing. Paper Chazin. I had a convo with a friend the other day about Street Fighter 6, and he seemed more excited about creating his own character and the World Tour mode instead of the online. And I have also experienced that similar component. I talked with a friend who was expressed to me about he likes Street Fighter games, but he doesn't want to play Street Fighter games because he gets pissed off. He gets really mad, and he can't play the games because he gets so mad at the games. When I showed it to him, the trailer, the first thing I showed him on the trailer for the Street Fighter 6 gameplay reveal was that there was going to be an open world gameplay. That immediately, eyes kind of went off like light bulbs. Immediately, he was interested in the game. And that's really where fighting games have kind of failed in recent delivery. Like modern fighting games in general have kind of failed and dropped the ball, is that for a time period during the 90s, a lot of fighting games used to have a lot of single player content, not like a huge amount, but a pretty decent amount of single player content. And that definitely went away as time went on. And what ended up happening is that the online mode became such the focus that before long, people stopped playing the game that wasn't the hardcore audience. I think average players, average people that want to participate in the game, the best way of getting them involved is getting them involved in the single player game. Like, give them content that is outside of the versus mode. I think that is more important in many more ways.
They have arguably some of the best player bases to pick from, or some of the biggest, you know. Somebody was asking, am I going to play Strive again? I don't think I don't want to, because DNF kind of all the anime games, DNF was like the one I was having the most fun with. And we'll jump back into it when it gets new patches. I'd say XR getting rollback and existing again.
Right there, DNF. If you don't know much about DNF Duel is a recent anime fighting game that came out either end of last year or early this year. I can't remember exactly when, but I kept an eyeball on that game. I was really keeping a close eye on the trailers and was very interested until I found out that the game had no single player content. I am an avid fighting game fan, and I didn't give the game a shot because the game had no content beyond the online versus mode. And I had a good feeling that the player base would shrink significantly after a few months. And it did. You know, granted, the game's getting a season 2. The game is still alive and still getting more content, which is great. And it got more patches and it's got a future ahead of it. But I didn't give it a shot. I didn't even bother giving it a shot. I know there are plenty of other fighting game players that didn't bother giving it a shot because it lacked content. It lacked elements to play the game by yourself and enjoy the game content. And I think a lot of people are really focused around like, let's create a story mode, you know, let's create a story mode like NRS does. I don't think everyone needs to do that. There are other ways to create content for other people out there. Like the Street Fighter 6 open world mode is great. It's a clever idea, but I don't think that is the only idea. For a long time, Virtual Fighter, I'm not sure if it was a long time, but I know Virtual Fighter 4 Evo, my first exposure to the Virtual Fighter games was that game, and I played it for about 40 hours, just playing the single player league mode over and over and over again, where you go around beating up other AI from all over the world, and you accumulate cash and you get to dress up your character. That was awesome. That's clever. That you need more content and incentivization to participate. Granted, I didn't never learn how to play the fucking game. I just button mashed with Lei Fei over and over and over again, hitting punch kick, punch kick, punch kick, and I was like 12, and I was interested in the game. It's one of the most important components that I think a lot of modern fighting games are missing.
And really took away my thunder for being excited about Guilty Gear Strive. It really did. And especially when I got it working again, when I was figuring out some of the technical issues I had on my end, learning that game is so much fun, man. It's fucking crack. And I was just, all I was doing when Rev 2 was in its rollback beta, when I didn't get a chance to play it, I was just watching other people playing it. It's just so much goddamn fun. I've never actually played a Guilty Gear game that is like a classic GG with good netcode. Never played it. New Guilty Gear is a very different kind of game, you know? To experience that, right? To experience a Guilty Gear game that I remember really liking, but was severely dampened by its online experience. So, and it still is. Like, everything outside of the netcode online for Rev 2 sucks. I just like it more, and it's down to personal preference. None of these games are bad. DNF Duel is not a bad fighting game either. It's just a game that lacks a lot of content and is a very abrasive kind of fighting game with a lot of ridiculous, aggressive tactics. Is DNF beginner friendly? Yes, that was the whole point of it. But it didn't work that way. DNF Duel is almost the best example of like, we're gonna give every character, make everything easy to do. Give characters ridiculously powerful tools and make everything easy to do. That was DNF Duel's mantra.
That was it right there. Even though DNF Duel made its whole shtick about this idea of being able to be easy to play, it still didn't sell the amount that it needed. It's not to say the game has completely failed. It's not. It has a core group of community members that are really there and sustaining the game relatively well, but it did not sell nearly as well, nor did it projected to sell well because of the component that the game is lacking content. I know that there's been some recent information that came out about Street Fighter 6 that they're going to separate the single player mode and the versus and the training mode into two separate downloads. So that way you can just play the online mode and the training mode separately, and then you can play the single player content separately. This is a fantastic idea. Not only did it save space in your hard drive for whatever you're going to be spending the most time into the game, but I think it's also smart because it's a great way to get people engaged into your game and focus on the idea that you're putting a lot of content in the game. There's a lot of single player content in the game. There's literally a whole download for single player content in the game. So easier games are not what sell fighting games. That's not really the issue. Of course, having a game that is easy to play and easy to understand is important because you need to know how to play the fucking game. I don't think that it's not important, but I don't think that's what sells video games. It's not what sells video games. What sells video games is a fun time, a good time, an interesting time, something that does something a video game should do. I think a lot of fighting games have gotten so caught up with the idea of being a competitive game, they've forgotten the most important thing about their game. It's a video game. It needs to have fun shit to do, stuff that you can do beyond beating each other's ass, because guess what, beating each other's ass can piss you off. It can set you back more and make you dislike the game, because sometimes it's frustrating, sometimes you're not having fun, and that's okay. So the game should offer other options instead. That is my thought process about this whole conversation in general.
Very beginner friendly. It's also one of the hardest fucking fighting games to win at. Once you start actually playing people that know how to play it, you're not gonna fucking move. DNF is a game where it's the perfect example of if you put really powerful tools into the hands of casual players, veteran/expert players will utilize those tools 10 times faster than the casual players will. So you're not only making it easy for casuals, you're making it 10 times easier for people that already know how to do this shit. It's the best example of that. So very quickly, you know, people figured out DNF Duel really fast, and now you don't get to play, which I'm fine with. I'm used to fighting games that are like that. I'm used to that shit. Just because things are easy to do in a fighting game doesn't mean you still don't have to learn it. People just want to, like, you know, people think if a fighting game is easy that you just get to skip and be good. No game is like that. It's a weird thing that, and I'm not saying that anybody that's asking these questions are perpetrating that kind of a situation, that a lot of people, for some reason, when it comes to fighting games, the concept that, is this game good for beginners or is this game easy to play? You're kind of asking, is there a way for me to skip to just being good? That's what a lot of people are insinuating, you know? And yeah, I mean, to be honest, fighting games have been made easier to play for the past 20 years and beginner friendly, even since like the late 90s. It's funny that you jump into anything else that's competitive, people don't expect to be immediately good in anything else between shooters or MOBAs or whatever. They have this question, oh, I'm not good at other fighting games, will I be good at this one? No, of course not. Hell no. There could be a fighting game that has a jump button and an attack button. Or one button, maybe. But that's the mindset. You got to understand, chat. The casual mindset behind fighting games is people that just think that you're mashing buttons as fast as you possibly can makes you some of the best players in the world. There's a reason why there was this huge era around the Street Fighter 4 era. And I'm not kidding you, this existed. When Street Fighter 4 came out, there was this weird time frame where people thought that they can just jump into fighting games since they were being competitive fighting games were being brought into the limelight again with Street Fighter 4. So this is like late 2000s, right? Where a ton of people thought that they were going to quit their jobs and play Street Fighter. I'm not even kidding you. People like had these plans that I'm going to earn my money by being a world warrior and make cash flow by going to Street Fighter tournaments. I'm not shitting you. Like, this was the plan of, like, I've talked to a lot of people like this, but that was their plan. Were they actually good at fighting games? No, they weren't. That's the thing. They weren't good. These are people that can't even do low forward fireball, right? These are people that don't even understand the basic concepts of spacing or anti-airs. They just feel that if I hit these buttons faster than this, like, I can win. And if I just get better at doing that, I can actually win. I'm not shitting you. It was like a meme of the Street Fighter 4 era. I'm not. Mega64 did a video on it. Watch this shit.
Yeah, and we're not gonna watch that because we basically cover the entire conversation about what fighting games are missing right now. So I think this video from Polygon, actually, you know what? We're going to come back to this video another time. Let's talk about why is getting into fighting games so difficult. This is from IDOM again.
What is up, YouTube? We are back and we are doing a video today about why I think getting into fighting games are hard. I know I haven't done a video in a while because I've been on vacation.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead.
A lot of people that fighting games are one of the least popular genres. In fact, if you look at this chart right here, got the numbers right here to even statistically prove why fighting games are pretty low. Fighting games are not in last place. You know, we're not losing the entire race because, you know, music and party games are also not that popular either. But
so let's take a look at this chart, and this is a great conversation. What do shooters, role-playing games, and action games all have in common that fighting games have been lacking for a while? Even shooters have single-player content. Sometimes it's not always good. More often than not, it usually does, and it has content that you can participate in that doesn't require you to play online. Of course, online play and online matches on shooters are competitive. Have you seen esports on shooter side? They are definitely competitive, but they've also got other shit that you can do. It's appealing to a mass market audience. It's appealing to more people. I don't think that an easier game translates to a more selling game. I think it's as simple as just add more fun things to do in the game. Role-playing games, action games, these are all single-player games. Single-player games in which you can say, is this game worth $60? The amount of times I've had this conversation with other people that are even fighting game fans themselves, I've had that question so many times with people that even play fighting games too. They say, is this game worth $60 though? If I tell them it's an NRS game, if I tell them it's a Mortal Kombat game, no question about, oh yeah, that's worth $60, and then not a question about it in my mind. But when I had to talk about King of Fighters with a couple of my friends, they all kept asking, but is it really going to be worth $60? Is it going to be worth my time? That is a difficult question to answer because a lot of times the single player content is not there. King of Fighters 15 has no single player content. It's an arcade mode that has a couple endings, or at least it has endings for a bunch of teams, but you're really just cutting through to get to the endings and then unlock a few music things. That's not single player content. Should be other ways to enjoy playing the game by yourself beyond doing just that. That's repetitive. I think that what Street Fighter 6 is offering with an open world element is something that I wanted for such a long time, because my first exposure to an open world game for a fighting game was Mortal Kombat Deception. Mortal Kombat Deception had Conquest mode, where you could literally do an RPG open world mode and then battle random NPCs in the versus mode. So you would get into some kind of conflict and it would start it. It would start the versus mode, and that's fun. That's a great idea. Now, not every fighting game needs to copy Street Fighter because it's doing an online or an open world element, which I wouldn't actually have a problem with that. But I don't think they need to. They can do other forms of single player content. There's if every fighting game, or if every video game had this same conversation, like how do we make our game fun to play at the single player level, we wouldn't have video games at all. Like think about like Mario and shit like that, and think about like all the other single player games that exist out there. You could do a single player game for a fighting game. It's not impossible to do. It's very easy, honestly, because you've already got the base game already built into the game. The online should be the focus of like end game stuff, like stuff that you do after you beat the game. That's what you should be doing afterwards, naturally. Or people that are competitive will naturally gravitate to the online immediately, which I will be doing. But I'm definitely going to be playing the open world element of the game. That's definitely something I'm going to be streaming. But that's kind of really what this discussion's really focused around. Right. So I know that this is a very different kind of stream, guys. This is a very different style of stream. The stream itself is more focused around discussions. I did a couple matches on Street Fighter 5. And this is also to like test out a couple things and try to like get my bearings right more with streaming a little bit, and also prepping for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a big day for everyone involved, because tomorrow the showcase for Street Fighter 6 is going to be releasing, and with that comes a major element of a lot of excitement, a lot of hype. I'm going to be doing a lot of analysis videos about breaking down Street Fighter 6 dev matches and learning more about the game as it gets closer and closer to release. That game is going to be a huge focal point for my channel at some point. I will be putting that on my streams. I will be putting that on my YouTube videos. That is going to be a big focus for my channel for a while, because I'm very excited for the game. I've always wanted a game like this. It didn't matter that it was a Street Fighter game. I just wanted a fighting game that had this kind of involvement with it. I'm enjoying this discussion stream. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that, Paper. I know that a lot of people are here. They want to see some fighting game stuff. They want to see some video game stuff. I totally get it. But I really wanted to focus on a discussion about video games in general and fighting games in particular, so that way we can have an engagement about it, because there's a lot of things that are going to be happening for fighting games in general. And like I said, Street Fighter 6 is going to be the focal point of this channel eventually, and it's going to ignite an enormous amount of conversations, especially when that game releases. There's going to be a lot of discussions about whether or not other games should implement modern controls or additional control schemes to their games. There's going to be a lot of discussions about whether we should simplify controls. There's going to be a lot of discussions about is single player content, whether or not that's what really drives people to video games or fighting games in general. I think that there is going to be a revolution in fighting games with Street Fighter 6, whether it's a great game or not. Let's say that the game sucks and it completely falls flat on its face due to performance issues. I still think what the game represents and the excitement behind it, all the hype alone, is going to change fighting games too, because I think what's happening is there is suddenly this social awareness and this marketing awareness out there right now that there's a market for this. Even if Street Fighter doesn't succeed in this area, another fighting game will. There's going to be an interest for single player content in fighting games now. There's going to be an interest for, obviously, online being a huge contentious conversation about whether or not rollback netcode is the future, or I wouldn't say contentious is not the right word, but like what is the right future for online fighting games in general, because delay based netcode does not work. It's not great. I play on Virtual Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown. I still love that game. That's the only reason why I play that game with its delay based netcodes, because I'm so in love with that game. But I'm not gonna lie, the online is not the greatest to enjoy. You have to have that passion to push past that, and most people are not going to have that. So I think obviously having either rollback netcode or something that's better than delay based is necessary, as well as crossplay is like probably one of the most important things, because the reality of the situation is people veer away from video games at one point or another. Eventually what ends up happening is that a month or two passes by and a new single player game, a new multiplayer game of a different genre will come out, and people will gravitate towards those games and start spending their time on those games. But by the time they want to come back and play this one, they realize they've fallen so far behind. So they need stuff in the game to want them to re-engage again. So I think that it's an inevitability to lose players over a period of time. But this is a changing moment that we see today, and or not today, but starting tomorrow, really, if this showcase is something big, because there's definitely going to be, they wouldn't show a showcase doesn't have some major announcements, and I have a suspicion the big announcements that are going to go on for the showcase tomorrow is probably going to be the single player content. I think they're going to show probably a half an hour, maybe even 45 minutes of gameplay of just the single player open world tour map, and then some online matches, some exciting things, probably even some story bits. Obviously, like a plan for the future and what we're going to be expecting for DLC content and all that other stuff. But this is an exciting time for fighting games. I grew up during an era where fighting games really went through a dark era, and there was very minimal amount of good content. If anything, it almost felt like most fighting games were like compromised in some way or another. So I grew up during an era where like this level of excitement hasn't been around since the arcade scene. Like I grew up after the arcade scene and just before the dark era, and I was pretty exposed to what happens when you get a massive like failure of fighting games. And there was a large component in time where people thought that fighting games were not a good investment in video games in general. But I think there's a misunderstanding about that in general. I think that the developers have kind of failed to address some basic video game techniques. And I think we may be seeing a dawn of a new era for video games and fighting games in general. I'm very, very excited about that.
We are so much behind shooters, action, adventure, and role-playing games. Those are actually super popular games, and us fighting game players are all the way down in the 6%. We're like 6%er. So why do I think fighting games are hard to get into? And I did like a 3-step method to why I think fighting games are getting hard to get into. The number one reason why fighting games suck this might scare a lot of people right now. I know a lot of beginners are super scared when they see this. Something like that picture right there. That picture is
the quarter circle movement, motion controls.
Don't even know how to do a motion as simple as that. I know a lot of people in the fighting game community are like, there's no way. That is the most simple thing ever. But I have a lot of non-FGC friends that, I play video games with. We play games like Overwatch and Destiny, or, even games like Mario Party, something random. But this right here, quarter circle forward punch. Can you guys even do a quarter circle forward punch? Or some people would even say a 236p. I think I don't think motions are the only reason people don't play fighting games. It's funny because literally earlier in the VOD, I lost a match because I missed my quarter circle forward on an anti-air, and I literally died for it. So many people have such a hard time doing the most basic fighting game input of all time. So I think that hurts. I think that does scare people from getting into fighting games. Something as simple as a quarter circle forward. The second reason I actually think people don't have the time to get into fighting games is actually time. I think if you ask any Grandmaster plus Street Fighter 5 player how many hours they put into Street Fighter 5, I know some of you guys are in the chat right now, but me personally, I think I have 5,000 plus hours on Street Fighter 5 alone. That's not even...
Now let's talk about that question. How much time does a person have to invest into a fighting game, and what are they investing it into? A great question that if I had talked with IDOM, that I would ask him is, IDOM, do you spend most of your time in training mode and in versus mode, or do you spend more of your time in the single player mode, on arcade mode, and all the single player content? 99% sure he is spending most of his time grinding at training and versus mode, and the reason why is because the games provide the better way of putting it is that the games really only incentivize people like him and me to want to play and want to get better. And that is, we're a minority of video gamers that do that. At the casual level, at the super casual level, the people that you want to buy your game, that is not the case. They just want to play and have fun. That's where there's a disconnect I'm noticing between the competitive players and people that just want to play a video game. And I think that is one of the major issues that we're facing here.
Even just that's not even just all the other fighting games I played. I think alone on Street Fighter 5, I think I have 5,000 hours plus. Some of the GM players in chat, you know, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know you guys probably have 1,000 plus on Street Fighter 5, maybe other games too. I know Marvel 3, I've been playing for like 12 plus years now. Marvel 3, I probably have like 10,000 plus hours if I'm being completely honest. Strive, I have a decent amount of hours on, definitely not as close as like Street Fighter and stuff, but all the major fighting games that I played in tournament and stuff, I have 5,000 plus hours on. You know, people gotta work 9 to 5s. People do like day jobs, have kids, family to take care of. When I was growing up, that was kind of where all my time was growing. When I was like 16, 17, well, yeah, when I was like 15, 16, 17, playing Marvel 3 a lot, because, you know, I had no responsibilities growing up. Like, I had like a part-time job and like stuff like that, but a lot of the time I was just at home playing Marvel. A lot of the time, my girlfriend would ask me to hang out. I'd be like, I gotta play Marvel, bro. Marvel is my game. So I think playing Marvel a lot helped me get better at other fighting games, which kind of helps how I got good at Street Fighter 5 easily. As bad as I like to admit, I did spend like an unhealthy amount of time playing Marvel 3. And the last reason I actually think fighting games are hard to get into, this one is actually super relatable, funny enough, but plateauing. It's funny because no one talks about this. This one is like super like relatable in the FGC. I think a lot of people have a plateauing problem when it comes to fighting games. When you play fighting games, if you don't have like a coach or like somebody better than you helping you out, really learning how to play the fighting game, you'll plateau often, and then you're just like playing the game. You don't know why you're winning or losing, why you're not progressing, like even what to do in the game. This one is relatable to me because you can beat scrubs easily online in like ranked or like, you know, regular casual matches, but when you go to play somebody who's better than you, or like somebody who plays the game like equally as much or even more than you don't know why you're losing. It's relatable to me because in the early years of Street Fighter 5, this used to be me. I used to play people and I'd be like, man, why did I lose to this guy, or why did I lose to that guy? And it's happening to me in Strive right now. I feel like I kind of plateaued a bit on Strive. Like, I play Strive, I don't understand why I'm winning or losing, but you know, it's a fighting game thing. You just get like kind of stuck. I think I think now if you ask me why I win or lose in Street Fighter 5, 99% of the time I can tell you why I lost or won. But in Strive, I kind of still can't even answer that question. I don't know why I win or lose. So yeah, so plateauing. Even when I watch like tournaments and stuff, I mean, obviously some of the time I'll just be joking around like, oh, he won because he picked Luke, or he lost because he picked Zangief. But
that's not a fucking joke. He means that when that's happening. He's definitely blaming him for the character, which is understandable. You know, it happens. It gets to the best of us.
It's more hurtful in fighting games because there's no one there to tell you why you're winning or losing. Like in team games like League or like Overwatch, you can be like, oh, this guy's losing because, you know, you rushed the wrong way, or you went to the wrong area, or you're not here. But when you play fighting games, like, there's no one there to really like backseat game you or like tell you anything about what you're doing wrong. So I think fighting games have that issue going for it too. Yeah, I think that is kind of the three main reasons why I think getting into fighting games can be kind of difficult. There's no like right answer. Obviously there are plenty of problems with the genre. I do think the genre is probably one of the left behind genres, as Daigo stated before. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Why do you guys
So that's the end of the video, and I want to know what you guys think about this conversation in general, about whether or not you think that, do you really believe that easier inputs are what will drive people to play the game, or is it just fun shit to do? Single player content, challenge modes, tower modes, the things that you can actually play on your own and participate. Obviously a good online is everything, but being able to have a discussion about whether or not important content in your game is the real driving element. Welcome, Lou. So, Lou, if you're joining in with us right now, I'm doing a slightly different stream today, and it's more focused around, let's talk about fighting games in general, about do easier controls sell fighting games, or is it something else? I don't believe that it is actually easier controls, which what started this whole conversation was, let's see here. Let's see here. This conversation with Maximilian in particular.
You're gonna get super fucked up in that game, and not to mention, outside of the quality of the online play, which is great, the actual
skip ahead a little bit here.
between you and other players is absolutely god awful. There just isn't a fighting game because any fun to play with. It doesn't mean the long term for like the first 6 months, I'd say, and then it sort of fell into the exact same for new code.
Okay,
Matchmaking is good or bad. Guilty Gear Strive was a fantastic game for new players for like the first 6 months, I'd say. And then it sort of fell into the exact same anime trope of like all anime fighting games kind of fall into, where they essentially have their hardcore audiences that play the hell out of them, and everyone leaves. It's doing great competitively, but that we're not talking about competitively, we're talking about for new players. You think Street Fighter 6 will be fantastic for new players? Yes. Street Fighter 6 is offering everything the new player needs. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8 when it eventually comes out, a new NRS game. All these games are amazing for new players. They have arguably some of the best player bases to pick from, or some of the biggest, you know. Somebody was asking, am I going to play Strive again? I don't think I don't want to.
What does Street Fighter 6 offer that is differs itself from like a game like Guilty Gear Strive in terms of new player stuff? There's a big discussion about whether or not fighting games are getting too easy, because obviously with the modern control scheme that's being introduced into Street Fighter 6, and a lot of people are a little nervous about the future of fighting games, most importantly because of the League of Legends fighting game that is talking about removing motion controls and doing like one button, one direction to do a special move, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. I would have a problem with that if that was like Street Fighter doing that, where they removed the motion controls and did that, because that's an existing franchise. But the League of Legends fighting game's a brand new spanking game, so it can be whatever it wants. If that's the foundation that it's built on, then that's the foundation it's built on. But that said, a lot of people are a little worried about that. Time to get the real convo started. I'm a true newcomer, so listen up. So in my personal opinion, I don't believe that motion controls are actually what are blocking new players from enjoying the game. I think that motion controls are can be a limitation, but I think most people can do them. Vast majority of people can do them. Most people can do a Hadouken. With a little bit of practice, it doesn't take very long. Probably you'll screw it up once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, but after that, you will eventually get it down. That said, I do think that the design of the modern controls, and I love the modern controls. I won't be using it because I'm more of a classic control guy, but I do think that the inclusion of modern controls is a fantastic addition and a great middle ground that was made between Capcom for the new players and the existing players. So that way the existing players can still enjoy the game that they love, that they know, that they have helped foster and create to be a part of that community, while at the same time include a bunch of new players at the same time because they're still playing at that level. Which brings into the major question about what really sells the fighting game. Is new controls, easier controls really what sell the fighting game? I'm not convinced of it. I think what sells a fighting game is content in your fighting game. Whether or not it is an open world mode or a just fun single player content that is brimming with challenge modes and ladders and story modes and stuff like that. Obviously, you don't need to copy your competition all the time. Not everyone needs to do an NRS style of story mode, but you can make video, or you can make single player content that is unique. And a large component of it really comes down to the factor that a lot of other versus games do this. Shooters do this. Almost every shooter out there has a single player campaign and other single player stuff that you can do separately from the versus mode. So I'm more convinced that it is more along the lines of content, and I think that's what Street Fighter 6 is providing. I think that Street Fighter 6 is offering an open world custom creator mode, and that's really what's going to sell the game more so than any easier control scheme. I think that the modern controls are a great addition, but I don't think they're the driving force behind it. But I want to know what you guys think. Give me your input. Tell me what you guys think in general. Yes, please. Thank you. While you guys are coming up with responses, I'm gonna put up a new video here real quick. This video is one of my favorite videos done by Polygon. It's about how to get started with a fighting game and have a nice time. I am somewhere in the middle, where I am a casual fighting game player, but I'm also someone that does study and try to get better at fighting games. I do some, in the casual audience eyes, they would view me as a player that is hardcore, professional level, or a pro or some shit like that. And if you had me engaged with someone that actually studies and really like adheres to like upgrading and labbing these fucking games, like putting hours and hours of labbing time, I would look like a casual. So I'm in this middle ground between the two of them, and I think that a lot of people could actually have fun playing fighting video games without needing to be the hyper competitive environment that a lot of FGC members really focus around. You don't need to have a hyper competitive environment. You can just have fun with a fighting game, because the most important thing about a fighting game is that it's a video game. You should be having fun. So while you guys are drumming up your answers real quick here, feel free to go as in detail as you want. I really want to know what you guys are thinking about it. I'm going to go ahead and put up this video real quick, and we're going to watch how to get started with a fighting game and have a nice time.
And I'd say, that looks so cool, but I don't think it's for me. I had done some casual button mashing, but I never dove into the deeper mechanics. When I saw the gulf between what I was able to do and what others were doing, I told myself there was no way I'd ever be able to get there. Then, a few years ago, I decided to try for real. Was it worth it? Yes. I can tell you without exaggeration that fighting games have brought me more joy than anything else I've put my gaming hours into. It's a distinct category of enjoyment unto itself, constructed from the greatest pleasures of gaming, the childlike joy of hitting buttons and seeing cool shit happen, the slow burn tension of outmaneuvering an opponent in a strategy game, the Dark Souls satisfaction of studying a boss's patterns and exploiting their weaknesses. It's meditative, it's rhythmic, it's sports, it's therapeutic, it's communal. It's the closest you're ever going to come to feeling like Rocky or your favorite shonen protagonist. It's made me happier, and it's made my brain feel better. It is absolutely worth it. But it takes a lot of work, and looking at that from the outside can be overwhelming and intimidating. This guide is for people who have been studying that water and thinking about jumping in. Hopefully, you can use this video as a gentle, supportive push into the pool. Here's my 10-step guide for getting into fighting games without losing your mind.
Step 1. Decide you want to do it.
Okay, we'll start right there because we already got Lou already gave us a first response right off the bat. Capcom knows what the deal is when it comes to attracting new players, and it's the World Tour mode, period. And I agree. I definitely think that is it. We talked about earlier on the channel, and Paper and I were talking about this, which was that a lot of conversations started just because of the World Tour mode. And I know for me, DNF Duel, which is an anime fighting game, did not capture my appeal because it lacks single player content. And I'm an avid fighting game player. I watched a lot of trailers for the game. I even watched gameplay even today of DNF Duel, and I still enjoy watching it being played. But I didn't bother buying the game because the game didn't offer more than just a multiplayer game. And I'm an avid player. Granted, I could be considered hypocritical because I did the same thing with King of Fighters 15, which offers very little to no single player content, yet I still play that one. So what's the deal with that? Well, that's just because I have experience with the King of Fighters games, so I don't need to worry about learning a new game and then watching the game die. I can participate for what I get out of it because I already have prior experience with that. A lot of people didn't. A lot of new players did not have that experience. It was the first fighting game that they had played, or it was like one of the few ones that they are trying to learn. And guess what? They jumped ship really quick because the game offered very little beyond just the versus mode. The versus mode in my mind should always be the end game content. Your video game is a video game first, so it should always be focused around that. So let's go ahead and watch step 1.
This one's kind of obvious, but it's also essential. Your desire to get into fighting games is going to be the thing that fuels you through the hard stuff. If you're fighting game curious, but you're not sure if you're ready to take the dive, there is some other stuff you can do to gradually expose yourself. For starters, watch some matches.
He wasn't looking.
It's really exciting to see the top players just going nuts. Here are some of my favorites. Goichi vs Sonic Fox at EVO 2018 rules. It's like an unstoppable force versus an immovable object.
Playing him right now, thank you.
Goichi's defense is like an iron wall, but Sonic Fox's offense is just relentless. You know that Sonic Fox is going to do some work as soon as they get an opening, so every mix-up is just so tense. Lil Majin's whole EVO 2018 run was also great. Majin was an American player in a game that was historically dominated by Korean and Japanese players. So it's a combination of an underdog with the home field advantage. Plus he's playing a super fun character with big splashy moves. But it's not just about what the players are doing. Hearing the audience and commentators get excited and pop off for the big moments will help you figure out what's important and what to pay attention to.
And he's so scared of getting hit because he's got that V-trigger. No, it's gonna hit here into the critical arch. Textbook.
If you're in the mood to chill and watch some super thoughtful, accessible video essays about the underlying mechanics and philosophies of fighting games, pop on Gerald Lee, aka Core A Gaming. My personal favorite is Why Button Mashing Doesn't Work. Also, follow some fighting game people on Twitter and Twitch and stuff. There's a lot of people doing really interesting streams and posting funny clips that are going to make you want to play.
Whose idea was it to make his pubes his legs?
We here, the man's trying to deck it with the refrigerator. You thought this, but he unplugged that shit off the wall. Let's get money.
There will be a lot of in-jokes and terminology you don't understand, but you'll pick it up soon enough through context clues. And if you need a helping hand, check out the infill.net fighting game glossary. They have explanations of all the genres.
Great thing to point out there. Any guys want to know what that glossary is? Let me know.
A frequently
I
asked question
will
among
show you the
fighting
link
game
for it.
curious is, what's a good fighting game for a new player? And the definitive answer is literally whichever game you're interested in. I'm so serious about this. You need to follow your heart. Look at gameplay trailers, watch some big matches. Whichever game makes you feel the spark is the one that you should chase. That spark will be what fuels you when things get hard. I love martial arts cinema and pro wrestling, so for me, the game that grabbed my attention was Tekken. The pace of animation is a bit slower than the stuff in 2D fighters like Street Fighter or Guilty Gear, so it was kind of like watching a choreographed fight scene from the movies and wrestling I love. Before I understood mid-low mix-ups and frame data, I understood that King did a sick running powerbomb and I loved to see it. You gotta find your access point. You like anime? You like nasty gore? You like ponies? Get it. But while you're following your heart, you do need to pay attention to one annoying wrinkle. Because of the old COVID, you're mostly going to be playing online, and not all games have great net play. In games that use delay-based netcode, response times can be sluggish. The good news is that if you're new, you probably won't know what you're missing out on until you taste that crisp offline stuff. If you know that you're mostly going to be playing online, consider choosing a game with rollback netcode. Rollback is an ingenious net play solution that pretty much eliminates the sluggishness inherent to online fighting games. If you want a cool explainer on how it works, check out this video by Core A Gaming. Here are some games with pretty good netcode. If you're not sure if a game has rollback, just Google it, and you'll either find a bunch of blog posts like Punch Kicker adds rollback, or a bunch of
So Lou,
Reddit threads
you did
like,
not miss
"How come
anything
Punch
in
Kicker doesn't
particular.
have rollback?"
I played a bit of Street Fighter 5. I will be playing some more Street Fighter 5 a little bit later. And then after that, we just
Another common
discussed or
question
began
is,
the discussion.
What do I need to start playing fighting games?
Basically, I already
And the
got you
good
caught
news
up.
is if you play other types of games, you're good to go. You need a console or a PC and a controller, and that's it. Also, a good internet connection. More on that later. You might think you need a big fancy fight stick, but there's really no direct correlation between performance and equipment. Lots of the best players in the world grew up using readily available console controllers and still absolutely kill with them. And the skills and knowledge you develop using one type of controller are totally transferable. There's just a short recalibration period where you need to develop some new muscle memory. That said, if you have the resources and the inclination, fight sticks can be a lot of fun. They're tactile and hefty and they make good noises.
The only reason why I
So let's
use
talk
fight
about
sticks is because my hands
Most of
don't
the
like
sticks you'll find
pad.
are
It hurts my
all-off
hands.
square gate, meaning the joystick moves around in a square frame. It makes it easy to lock in important fighting game positions like down back. You can just physically feel it. Another less common configuration is bat top K lever. These ones don't have a gate and they use a rubber grommet to return to the neutral position. The result is that they're a bit spongier.
That's the one I
You gotta
use.
be more precise with your
Not an
inputs.
exact fight stick, but
Unless
that's the
you're planning
style
to
of
go
stick
all in
that I
on
use.
Tekken or you grew up on these, I'd steer clear for now. Finally, hitbox style controllers replace the joystick with more arcade buttons. They take some getting used to, but they allow for extremely precise inputs. But maybe the biggest benefit is that they're pretty damn ergonomic. Cranking on a fight stick can stress out your shoulders and fingers. My elderly thumbs don't have what it takes to mash on a D-pad anymore. A hitbox is comfy, and it lets you nail your inputs without straining. Most controllers work with PC and one type of console. If you ever plan on attending a local event, I'd suggest going for a controller that will work with the PS4. That's what they're going to be using there. Tuning your control setup is fun and it can become a hobby of its own. But the biggest message I want to give you is do not gear gate yourself. Don't put an artificial boundary between you and the thing you want to do. You're just denying yourself the pleasure of playing and getting better. But let's talk about a real boundary.
Step 4. Pipe check.
So we're gonna answer your question real quick. How did Street Fighter 5 hold up on stream? It actually held up relatively well. Obviously I hadn't played Street Fighter 5, so I had to kind of get back into the groove of things. Anytime I got ranked up against the platinum rank, which I'm in between super gold and ultra gold right now, so anytime I go up against a platinum rank player, they're beyond my skill gap because they have more knowledge than I do, so they keep knowledge checking me, which is fine. It's part of the gameplay experience. But as for the stream itself, it held up pretty well. I didn't grow up in the arcade. Me personally, I grew up sitting in front of my box TV with a controller in my hand, and you and I are in the same category. I did not also grow up in an arcade scene. I've been to one once when I was a child, and that was it. Outside of that, I'm in the same boat. That's exactly how I learned, and the way I learned is within the recent years. These last 3 to 4 years that I've been playing fighting games, after an entire childhood and in teenage years of playing fighting games, I've actually learned how to play fighting games. It's not because it took me that long to learn. It's because there were actually resources available with people putting content out there that taught me the thinking process of playing a fighting game. Like Tekken, for example, I just basically did combinations over and over again and see which worked. But I started learning that there's an actual science to fighting games, and that made it fun. And that made me a huge avid fighting gamer. Like when I was already an avid fighting gamer, it exploded for me and became so much more. So let's start with step 4, pipe check. This is important.
If your connection to your opponent is not steady, you're simply not going to have a nice time playing with each other. You'll be more likely to biff your execution, but more importantly, it'll just be sluggish and jittery. So most of the online fighting game community adhere religiously to the Ethernet cable, because direct wiring takes a big failure point out of the networking pipeline. The anti-Wi-Fi sentiment online is severe enough that it will affect your experience. Lots of games have Wi-Fi indicators, and opponents are less likely to accept a match with you if they're worried that you'll have a dodgy connection.
That is no joke in fighting games online. That is a real threat. People do not like playing with people that have wireless connections. And the reason why is because, in case you didn't know, wired connection is 3 times as fast as a wireless connection. You lose over 2/3 of your internet access and your internet speed from Wi-Fi. No matter how close it is, you will lose over 2/3 of the speed, and that will affect your gameplay experience. Sometimes you may have a good enough connection where it'll be negligible or it'll be good enough for you, but over a period of time, it will become noticeable. After playing Street Fighter 6 and watching what people have been doing on Hitbox, upgraded towards a pro controller to better compete with them.
You should get wired up. When I had roommates, I would run cable down my hallway when I was playing and then coil it up when I was done, so our common spaces weren't a constant tripping hazard. This might involve some negotiation and compromise, but it's absolutely worth it.
Step 5. Choose your fighter.
So, who are some good characters for new fighting game players? The answer, regardless of the game, is whoever you think looks cool.
Yes.
Once again, your enthusiasm is going to be the emotional well from which you draw the motivation.
That is
to
the
grind
big
out
thing.
combos and do the difficult work of learning.
I've had conversations with so many people that don't know which character to pick, and I always tell them, which character do you think looks fucking cool? Just pick one that looks cool. How would you fight? And find a character that simulates an idea that you would fight and your identity of who you are. If you don't have answers to any of these things, then just start picking characters. Just pick a character that you think has a cool look to them and just start from there and see if they click with you. If they don't, try a different one. Guess what? It's not uncommon that a fighting game may not have a character that you like. It does happen sometimes. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with you or anything that has anything to do with, you as a player. Sometimes it just happens, but try to find a connection to a character as early on as you can. Watch trailers that say, damn, that character's fucking cool, I want to learn that character, and focus in on that.
Have to pick the Ryu of the game to learn the fundamentals. For example, when I started Tekken 7, I played King, because I liked that he was a huge kitty cat man who did all my favorite wrestling moves. He's a great character, but he also has a big, bloated moveset that he's picked up over decades of Tekken games. He's got some complicated inputs, and as a grappler, he approaches combat differently from most of the roster. but I liked him. I liked the way his moves looked, I liked his vibe, so I had the motivation to put in the work. Later, when I picked up Guilty Gear Strive, I went with Sol Badguy, because he's kind of the Ryu of that game, and he was really strong at the time. I thought that having a high-tier character who exemplified the fundamentals of that series would help me learn, so I tried for a while. And then I fell off, and told myself maybe Guilty Gear wasn't for me. A few months later, I came back and I tried the character who I really wanted to play all along, and it all clicked. I loved looking at my little guy. I loved his gigantic hands and his booty drop. And I loved busting. So I was motivated to play and learn. Don't let tier lists or meta discussions dissuade you early on. Pick who you think looks cool.
And that is so fucking important, because a lot of people will pick a character because they think that they are strong, and they think that just because they're picking a strong character, they're going to be better at the game and they're going to have more fun. That does not have any implication that you're going to be a better fighter, better enjoying your fighting game, or enjoying anything else. Just pick someone that you enjoy. That's it. Just have fun with it, man. Just pick someone that you think looks cool. For me, I picked a character that at the time was considered in Guilty Gear Strive to be incredibly difficult, which was Nagori Yuki. I loved his design. I still love his design. He's one of the coolest character designs I've ever fucking seen in a video game. And that's why I picked him. Despite the fact that there was a bit of a learning curve with learning how to manage his blood gauge, because if you fuck it up, you lose 80% of your health instantly. And it's really easy to screw it up. It happens all the time. At least once every fucking like 3 matches, you lose 80% of your health for no reason at all. Whoever you think looks cool. Max Dude said the same as well. I think DJ looks cool. That's why I'll be maining him. And that motivation right there, Lou, is what will drive you to further heights than anything else will. That will make you feel personally connected to the character. You'll feel an identity to the character, a personal connection, and that drive will motivate you to get better. And that is an important feeling. So the fact that you have that right off the bat is really good.
I literally cannot say this enough.
Step 6. Learn how to play.
Once you've selected your little guy, hop into training mode and start hitting buttons. See what they do. See how it feels. Some games like Guilty Gear Strive and Mortal Kombat have decent tutorials that explain fighting game fundamentals and include challenges to test your knowledge. Any fighting game worth playing will also have a full command list in the start menu. If you like what you're feeling, hop onto YouTube and search for some character guides. This is a really cool thing about fighting games. They are complicated. There are hurdles to overcome, but that complexity is also what makes them so satisfying and fun to play. And people want other people to share in that fun, so they'll put in hours and hours and hours of work to make wonderful guides. Like and subscribe. Character guides are great. Looking at your move list in a game is helpful, but it doesn't instruct you on the overall strategy for that character. A good guide will highlight the most important tools your character has and how to use those tools to win. When you watch a guide, don't expect to internalize everything all at once. That's a ton of information, and it's just not realistic. I've watched the same guides over and over again over the course of weeks, months, and even years. Every time I rewatch, I'll notice the things that I've learned and incorporated into my play, and I'll make note of the things that I still need to do. In terms of written resources, that's going to depend on the game you're playing. Guilty Gear and other ArcSys games have comprehensive guides on dustloop.com. A lot of Tekken info is in Google spreadsheets that get passed around on Reddit. Figuring out where your game lives online is just a matter of Googling. As you watch and read, hop into training mode and work on a few bread and butter combos. Don't worry about optimizing yet. You need to develop your muscle memory to the point where you can hit your combos at all. A few days after I picked up Tekken, I got on Twitter and posted a video of me hitting King's most basic, unoptimized combo. I did it, I might have said, and a passing commenter might have asked, did what? This will be a pattern that repeats over your time in fighting games. You're going to put a lot of effort into mastering things that to outsiders appear inconsequential and to experts insignificant. But that doesn't mean it's not an accomplishment. Good job. But nailing combos only accounts for a tiny, tiny percentage of what goes into playing a match. And the only way to start figuring that out is to fight.
Step 7. Fight.
So let's talk about that specific component of learning how to master combos. If you ever watch any tutorials for combos or watch any do a challenge on like do this combo for the character on the game, you'll realize it's really hard to do and you'll spend hours trying to do it. That's actually the wrong way to do it. You never want to spend more than 10 to 15 minutes in training mode practicing a combo at most, at absolute most. If you end up spending an hour at the training mode trying to get this combo over and over and over again, what you're doing is that you're stressing yourself out. The human brain has limitations to how much it can consume information. It's like trying to fit more marshmallows into your mouth, but you have no more room in your mouth at a certain point. At a certain point, you just need to eat what you can take and allow yourself to digest what you've eaten. So allow yourself to take things by bite-sized portions. Instead of doing the full 5-hit combo, just do the 3-hit part of the combo. Stop halfway and just do that 3-hit part. And then just keep doing that consistently until you can actually do it consistently and work towards that. That's how I eventually got better at King of Fighters games. Just start at bite-sized at a time and then work my way up. But the trick is do it 10 minutes, stop playing, play the fighting game online for about 5 matches. I'm back to it again. 10 minutes again in training. Do more fighting matches. 10 minutes again, do more fighting matches, and then allow yourself not to get it on the first day. It took me 3 days. Before long, the consistency of coming back to it for 10 minutes at a time every single time is way more effective than bleeding in an entire hour on a single combo, or 3 hours, or 4 hours, or 5 hours. All you're doing is mentally draining yourself. So if you want to learn to get better at combo structures, don't spend more than 10 minutes on it. Spend 10 minutes and then consistently come back to it after a period of time. Literally, I would spend 10 minutes and then play the hour and a half of the game and then come back at 10 minutes later. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 10 minutes of training. 4 hours of playing the game, just playing people online. Not even bothering trying to do that combo. I won't bother trying to do the combo in match because I know I can't do it. But I will come back for 10 minutes consistently every once in a while just to practice that combo. And then eventually I would feel confident that I could do it consistently and then try to implement it into a fight. That's the trick. That's the real trick behind doing combos. You don't want to, waste an enormous amount of time into it. It's really meant to be something that you kind of like get a little bit of a snack from every once in a while, and eventually your mind just grips onto it and your muscle memory kicks in. Consistency is the key.
A human.
Sitting here on this screen for the first time can be scary. I mean, maybe not for you, maybe you're some sort of real fucking cool guy. But for me, not knowing what would happen when I hit that matchmake button was nerve-wracking. Another real human being is about to see you fumble around with your buttons and drop your combos and forget to block in real time. But it's okay. It'll be fine. As intimidating as that human-to-human connection is, it's also absolutely core to the joy of fighting games. Now, I'm not saying there's no value to fighting the CPU. It is a good way to keep learning your own character's moveset and develop muscle memory. It can also help you familiarize yourself with the capabilities of other characters. You can learn that Sagat has this big kick and this uppercut and, whoa, 2 different fireballs. But once you've mentally logged that stuff, there's not much more it can do to prepare you for fighting a real person. Despite advances in fighting game AI, the CPU won't string those moves together like a human opponent, and fighting a robot is just not as fun. So take a deep breath, set your expectations low, and hit that matchmaking button. Or one of those matchmaking buttons. Most fighting games are going to have a couple of options, so let's go over those. Ranked matchmaking tracks your performance and skill using a bunch of different metrics, then attempts to match you against opponents of the same skill level. Usually there's some sort of meta progression here, as you earn new titles or badges, or in the case of Strive, literally move towards the top of a tower. The obvious pro here is that as a new player, you should be paired up with other new players, so you'll actually have a chance of winning, and winning feels good. The con is that even when you're fighting for fake online points, that sense that you're being evaluated changes everything.
Yeah, it does.
After a losing streak can be really demoralizing. It also changes the behavior of your opponents.
Still haven't transcended humanity, huh? You lack discipline.
Separating your self-worth from your performance can be tough, and it makes some people act really silly. It can cause people to get obsessive about their win rates. They might duck you in matchmaking if you play a character that they have a hard time against. They might bail out of a set the moment they lose. They might send you nasty messages. Quick tip on this if you're worried about getting shit from toxic players. Lock down your message settings ahead of time. Now, I know I just listed a lot of cons that make ranked sound like shit, but it's actually fine. The other option is unranked. Here, the matchmaking will just stick you with another player. Any other player. Or you'll meet up in some sort of virtual arcade setting. Unlike ranked play, there's no digital clout on the line, so people are much more likely to play long sets. That's a good thing. In fighting games, even at the highest level of play, there's always an adjustment period between opponents. Pro players have the knowledge and experience to tune up quickly, but for beginners it takes longer. Let's say your opponent is using a technique that keeps blowing you up. You might not have time to run to a website and look up the frame data, but in a long set, you do have more opportunities to rummage through your toolkit and try to find something that'll solve your problem. And if you find a solution, you have the chance to test it out repeatedly and start burning it into your muscle memory. The most obvious downside to unranked matchmaking is that you might get paired up with somebody who is way better
than you.
But that's not really a downside in my opinion. Losing 20 matches to a very experienced player is a great way to learn. You learn which of your reliable strategies aren't really viable against better players, and you get to see the strength of good fundamentals. And you'll see something that you are very unlikely to see in the beginner ranks. The power of not pressing buttons. When I started playing unranked Tekken, I would fight opponents who felt like absolute brick walls. They would just block, punish, and whiff punish. Every loss was the result of me overextending and using unsafe options. So I tried to emulate their style, and gradually I got better. I still love hitting buttons though. Anyways, both ranked and unranked are valuable. If you stop having fun with one, try the other for a bit. And on the topic of having fun,
okay, that is a great tip. So I'll get to your points here real quick, Lou, but in ranked match, if you feel like you've gone up against an opponent, this is not a popular opinion by far. I have a very unpopular opinion about this. If you are going against an opponent who is way better than you, obviously do not rage quit, but don't feel bad about ducking them. And the reason why I say that is don't duck them forever. What I'm talking about is the way that I've learned to deal with coping with fighting games the best that I can, because everyone gets emotional, everyone gets pissed off, and everyone feels frustrated in a video game, no matter what it is. It's not just a fighting game, but it's every video game. Everyone's gotten mad at some kind of video game at one point in a time or another. It's happened. It's okay. However, the way I look at my opponents that are way better than me, even if it's in ranked, is they're a Dark Souls boss. I may not be ready for them yet. I may need to level up and get better. Eventually, I will get to a point where I can challenge them. I will eventually get to a point where I can level up and handle them. Just take it where I can. Take a deep breath, let it go, take a different opponent. Do not rage quit, obviously, because then you're just giving them validation about why they beat you, and they're going to keep trolling you about that. And then all you're doing is just putting yourself in a more difficult position. Instead, take the loss and don't be afraid to back out of the fight. You are not obligated to fight the same opponent all the time. It's a very unpopular opinion because there are a lot of smurfers that love to pick on newer players. And because of that, they're gonna feel like you owe them something, and because of that, you're gonna allow yourself to keep getting, your head bashed in by these guys that are clearly way better than anyone else. So don't be afraid to back out of a match. Don't quit a match. Don't rage quit a match. Lose the match and don't rematch. Find a different opponent. Find someone that's within your skill gap. Have fun playing the game. That should be the most important thing. And obviously when it comes to dealing with an opponent on, let's say, non-ranked, and they're way better than you, the most important component is learn what you can. I always say that if I'm going unranked and I face an opponent who is way better than me, I will allow myself like several rematches with them just to learn, accept that I tell myself this personally, that I'm going to lose. I'm not going to win. This guy is beyond me. I'm going to lose, but I'm going to take the time to learn what he's got going for him. And that is helpful. And then after that, I don't rematch him again. So I start looking for other people that are within my skill gap. Losing can be educational. Just learn from the loss, and then at that point, let go. All right, let's go to your questions. Whoever you think looks cool. Okay. The combo point that you are making, I think, depends on the person. Super casual people may stress out about learning the combos. And yes, you are right. That is definitely a person to person thing. If learning hourly amount of time is how you want to learn, then there's nothing wrong with that. I recommend for the casual player and for the most average players, don't spend an enormous amount of time, because what you're doing is that you're just losing time to play the game. And then before long, you're spending more time in training mode than actually playing the game and having fun. The combo idea is really that your mind kind of caps out at a certain point, and at a certain point, you are able to kind of like overeat, and you just need more time to digest. That's the way I view it. And I think it's a good point for most people. But yes, if you have a larger appetite than other people, go for it. Go for a longer amount of time. Maybe you actually have fun in the training mode, which is an unusual trait for a lot of people. You're one in a few million, to be quite frank. It's not to say that's not an impossibility. You're one of the lucky ones if you love training mode, because guess what? A lot of people don't. You're one of the few lucky ones that enjoy the training mode, and that's great. But that isn't the case for a lot of people. In reverence in the fact that you like training mode, that's great, because you will get far with that. In reference to going online for the first time, my first experience with PvP was in Deathloop. I was nervous then, but I played enough not to be nervous when I went into rank mode in Street Fighter 6. Yes. And here's the thing, the rank mode in Street Fighter or any other fighting game, you'll feel judged for whether or not you accrue points, lose points, to get demoted. Don't think of it that way. Don't think of it like it's a value on you or how good or bad you are at the game. Focus on the element that is moving you to the appropriate players. And then over a period of time, you will eventually learn from those players based on how much you get ranked up and down. For example, I went all the way up to Celestial rank when Season 1 of Guilty Gear Strive. I ended up stopped playing the game for a good portion of time. I came back to Guilty Gear Strive, and I got demoted 3 ranks, all the way down from 10, all the way down to 7. And that's quite a bit of demotions. But the reason why I was willing to accept it is because I haven't played the game for a while. So I don't look at it as like I'm that bad at the game. I look at it as I am someone that will get back to rank 10 eventually. It will happen eventually. Let's see here. Nah, lol. I'm against ducking people. If I did that, I wouldn't have beaten a chem player with a 37 game win streak in Street Fighter 6 beta. I'm not saying quote unquote like ducking them, like rage quitting, or like you don't want to play them. It's fine. You don't have to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But I would recommend for casuals, don't bother banging your head against the wall all the time. If you're out of your element, just move on to an opponent who's better than you. And Smurfs are banking on people like that. It's better off. And again, I have a more unpopular opinion about that, but I think it's a more important component that you're enjoying the game, that you're playing the game. Think of them as like a Dark Souls boss. Eventually, you will come back to them eventually. There are multiple opponents when I was playing plenty of other fighting games where I was not ready for them, so I don't play with them. Eventually, I got to the point where I could play them, and then I started playing them, and I started having fun with them. That's how I got much better at Virtual Fighter, because my experience with 3D fighting games was primarily Tekken. So Virtua Fighter and Tekken have a very different philosophy of 3D fighting games. And I had to relearn how to play a 3D fighting game in Virtua Fighter. But what ended up happening was that as I was playing the game, I eventually got to a point where I was able to start competing against other players by just focusing on getting to the proper grind. What you want is a rival. What you want is not an opponent that is always stronger than you. Because if you go against an opponent that blows you out all the fucking time and you never like get a button in, you don't learn how to play the game. You learn that you can't play the game and you're not getting any better. What you're learning is that you're just going to get blown out. The better thing to do is to find an opponent that's slightly better than you or that is within your skill gap. And what will end up happening is that you will learn together as you play against each other to get better. You'll learn these moves work against this opponent and these moves don't work against this opponent. And then that's kind of the trick. You want like this middle ground between somewhere they're your rival and just slightly above your rival. And that's when you truly start to level up. That's when I noticed it for myself in particular. Yeah, you got a hot take, lol. That's fine. That's totally fine. And I think that's totally reasonable. I have a different perspective on training mode. I plan on spending days learning DJ before I even challenge anyone. The training mode offers so much options to learn situations. And that's also, that's totally reasonable. If that's how you learn, that is how you learn. But I would say that one of the best elements of Street Fighter 6 is that Street Fighter 6 offers a very probably the most robust training mode I have ever seen in a fighting game. I've never seen a fighting game offer such a robust training system before. Something where it is so detailed, and it even has built-in teaching systems into the training mode. So that is a unique element to Street Fighter 6, which I think is reasonable to want to grind out. But a lot of times in a lot of fighting games, you didn't have that opportunity. And there are a lot of fighting games have, I wouldn't say bare bones training mechanics, because most of them work pretty hard, but a lot of times you don't really even know how to use the training mode systems, because like a lot of the things are like require a bit of a learning curve. You have to play around with things and then figure out, oh, this works, this doesn't work. And sometimes you didn't even know that that system was even there in the training mode. Luckily, Street Fighter 6 is going to have a much easier time showing people how to do that, because it's going to be built in right off the bat in a very user-friendly way. So if that is how you learn, props to you, man. You're gonna have a wonderful time learning DJ, because he's probably gonna have a lot of learning built-in tools into Street Fighter 6. They're probably gonna have like certain ways to beat drive rush, drive impact for plenty of characters, including DJ.
You lose.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
At the end of a fighting game match, you win or you lose. There's no teammates to blame for not pulling their weight. There's no XP meter sliding up to reward you for your participation. You will, beyond a shadow of a doubt, lose a lot. Self-doubt and frustration can feel overwhelming when you're in the thick of it, but it is all part of the process of getting better. So here are a few tips for getting through it. Separate your self-worth from your performance.
This is easier said than done.
Stop being mentally ill, but it still needs to be said. You are not your win-loss ratio. Getting demoted doesn't mean you suck as a person, even if it feels that way. And if you start feeling that way, it's time to take a damn break. Taking a break doesn't just let you cool off, it makes you better. When your hands are off the joystick and you're doing something else, your brain keeps gently churning on those situations, looking for the solutions that you couldn't find in the heat of the moment. Your body is rewiring neuron pathways to make your execution smoother and better. Playing fighting games feels a bit more like a traditional skill-based hobby like playing guitar. There's a base level of effort and self-direction you need to get enjoyment out of it. That means that you won't always have the mental energy to do it. And that's okay, don't force it. A break from fighting games can be a couple hours or a couple months. The games will still be there when you get back, and your body will remember what to do. watch replays. God, this one is so hard.
Yes.
It's like hearing your voice in a recording or seeing yourself on video. Do I really do that? You do, but it's so valuable and you can't neglect it. Most fighting games keep a log of your most
I'll be right back, guys. I'll keep the video going.
Back. You should take advantage of that. Seeing yourself play can help you recognize habits that you want to correct. It can also help you appreciate what you do well and what you want to do more of. And when you're feeling really brave, take the next step. Show your gameplay to someone else and ask them for tips. But before you can do that, first you need...
Step 9. Community and competition.
This can be one of the greatest joys of fighting games. The fighting game community is the name of the collective, but it's not monolithic. There are hundreds or thousands of Discord communities out there for fighting games. Some are game-specific, some are character-specific, some are geared towards certain demographics and skill levels. Do some Googling and ask around on Twitter until you find a place that feels good for you. Whether it's folks you meet through these communities or your own network of friends, playing fighting games against someone you know is so good. For me, knowing who's on the other side of the connection completely obliterates the frustration and antagonism that I can feel playing against random online opponents. Partially because it's just more humanizing when you know that person, but also because you can ask questions and chat. If you're in a good community, your opponent isn't going to keep any secrets. Because people who have decided that they want to get good at fighting games have signed an unspoken contract of mutual self-improvement. Iron sharpens iron. Fighting stronger opponents makes you stronger, so a good sparring partner will explain exactly how and why they're winning, until it's time to compete.
Very well then. Far be it from me to turn down a challenge. And for a fellow pugilist.
Through your community or just by being online, you might come across some online tournaments, and you should sign up for them. Tournaments are really cool. They offer you the chance to do a lot of things that you won't get in your casual play. First of all, it's one of the few times you and your buddies will step into that magic circle of competition, mutually and temporarily agreeing to set aside the helpful hints and just going all out, seeing who will win. If you're used to mostly playing friendlies, it's fun to try out a different vibe. The other useful thing is that it's fucking scary.
It is.
The first few times I did online tournaments, I literally got shaky and sweaty. I forgot my combos and I mashed buttons. But
We
each time
do
I
get
did
a
it
little
got
bit more
easier.
accustomed to
And
it
once
over a
you've played
period of
under
time.
pressure, you'll be better in casual settings. Random matchmaking doesn't get my heart rate up like it used to. Finally, a lot of tournaments are streamed on Twitch, which means you might get a chance to rewatch the VOD and hear someone commentate your match. Like a lot of parts of the fighting game process, this can make you feel vulnerable, but a good commentator will put into clear terms what's going on, and that can be an incredible learning tool.
They've proven they're pretty good at fighting out of the corner. Already, Doublemint now backthrown into the corner. Again, huge life deficit, but the other way around. Gets hit by the stumps. No, but drops it at the target combo.
Step 10. There is
Okay, it's a good spot to take a minute to catch up on here. Paper Chazen, you mentioned training mode can be difficult to learn how to use efficiently. In my opinion, sometimes people can get translated people can't translate what they trained in online games. Yes, I see what you're trying to say. So training mode can be difficult to learn how to use effectively, in your opinion, and sometimes people can't translate what they learned in training into online games. Yes, and there is techniques to learn how to do that. One of the best things that you can do is, what's happening is that it's easy to practice combos on a stationary dummy. It's hard to set up the combo against an opponent who knows how to fight back. That's the hard part. And the way to do that is to turn the CPU on when you're doing training mode. That's how you do it. You practice the combo to the point where you eventually master the combo, and you can either use my technique, in which you just spend 10 minutes every so often, allow your mind to catch a break, and it will allow it to absorb and digest it. Or if you are one of the lucky few where you can grind hard in your training mode, that's also another approach. But the best thing to do at that point is every training mode offers an opportunity to turn the training dummy into a CPU in which they will fight back. You will not lose. The round will not end. They will just start swinging at you. Guess what? That's what you need it to do so you can practice the combo. That's the second step eventually to putting it to online usage. Once you do that, that's when you learn how to like implement it into online matches, and that's when it all clicks together. Because then you can just keep practicing it on an active mobile enemy. So you'll just turn the CPU on for a little while, practice trying to get it on a moving target, and then if you're realizing you're struggling with that, turn it off. Then practice doing it while it's off. Then turn it back on. Do it again, and then eventually it'll click. Your mind and your muscle memory will remember these things through repetitive motion, and eventually it'll all come together under pressure. Lou mentions, in my opinion, people have to develop muscle memory in fighting games, like we just talked about. If you find an opening to attack, you have to be able to take advantage, and you get that muscle memory by training. Yes, you do, but you also gain that muscle memory through playing. Like I mentioned before, you have to be able to, it's different to hit a dummy, and it's different to hit even a CPU, but when you play against a player, you'll realize that people are very unique, and you can play on people's emotions. A lot of the time when I'm playing online, I can actually figure out what my opponent is feeling in the moment and when they're demoralized. You will get to a point where you can actually predict and feel what the opponent is playing as you play against them. I know that sounds crazy, but it actually happens because you'll be amazed by what they reveal about themselves as they play. Like, for example, if you lose 2 out of the 3 rounds against an opponent and then you make a comeback, you'll realize during the third match they'll either get super defensive, which means that their confidence was broken, or they get super aggressive, which means that they're very angry and they're trying to take it out on you. You can predict a lot of these emotions. Now, obviously, that's a very black and white perspective of that. There's a lot more complex emotions that go into it, but you can analyze those things, and based on those emotional, that emotional information, you can manipulate your opponent into making more mistakes. And that's where the mind games into fighting games come into play. So it's what makes the fighting games fun. It's kind of part of the reason why, like, there are some people that like to connect fighting games to poker, and that is the major component of the reason why.
One of the many wonderful and intimidating things about fighting games is that there's no prescribed end goal for your participation. There's no final boss or end game treadmill. Even the best player in the world is only the best until someone surpasses them. No matter where you are in your journey, in some sense, you're still at the beginning. That means you won't always know the next step forward, but it also means you're never falling behind. And as long as you're on that path, learning and having fun, you're doing it right.
Great video from Polygon. One of my favorite videos out there. By far one of my favorite videos out there. So guys, I think that will conclude our conversation overall about fighting game discussions for today. What we're going to do from here on is I'm going to play some more Street Fighter V online. And at that point, we will go from there. We'll probably end the stream after another hour or so, and then what will end up happening is we are going to let's see here, we're gonna get ready for tomorrow. Here, I'm gonna put this back on real quick. We're gonna get ready for tomorrow to see the live stream of the Street Fighter 6 showcase. Any of you that may be able to show up that early, I know that a lot of us, we work and stuff like that, so some of you guys may not be available the way that I'm going to be available tomorrow. Totally understandable. Don't worry, the stream is always going to be viewable for those of you that are interested in watching the playback. You can always participate that, and then leave comments below. I will always respond to the comments. But yes, that's my plan for tomorrow. I'm going to start 2 hours earlier with the stream to try to get the stream up and going, watching analysis videos and focusing on that. yes, I will be streaming during the showcase. I will be watching the showcase. So if you guys want to watch and my reaction to it and watch my perspective on it, like I said, I'm going to start 2 hours earlier before the stream actually begins. So that way we can start watching trailers, developer matches, tournaments and stuff like that. Like analyze and break down everything prior to the stream beginning. My hope is that it doesn't crash like it did with PlayStation showcase of Final Fantasy 16. I don't think it should, but hopefully it all works out well. Fingers crossed. Let's go ahead and get some Street Fighter 5 going here. But if you guys want to join in on that tomorrow, that'll be a lot of fun. But no pressure. There's no need to be feeling pressured to do that, no matter what. All right, let's get my display settings over here back. I'm going to put on Street Fighter 5. All right. I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation and the discussion that we've had today. I've had a lot of fun talking about it. It's always fun having discussions, even if we disagree in certain elements. I always think that it's best to have an open dialogue, and it's just fun. Just fun. And it's going to be an exciting time when Street Fighter 6 comes around. A lot of people are going to have a lot of fun with that. Right here.
Match.
Yep, that is the plan tomorrow. Gonna get started with that early. We'll probably do some breakdowns of each of the characters, watching through some of the details. I've obviously watched the developer matches of Minot, or what's her name, Minhan, Cammy, and DJ and Blanca, and I don't know if there's any developer matches of Dalsum. I don't recall seeing anything of the sort about that, but there probably is. I have a huge suspicion that the stream for tomorrow on Street Fighter 6 is going to primarily focus on this single player content, on the open world whole thing. I think that they will have plenty of versus mode, online identities, and the battle hub and all those things that will be in there. But I think that the major selling point they're going to be focusing on during the showcase is going to be the open world part of the game. Because that's still, we know a lot about it, but we still are, they've only drip feed us that stuff. I think that they're really going to showcase a good chunk of it during the stream. That's my suspicion. I won't know for certain. Oh, nice. Fell right into that trap. Oh, I missed it. Okay, good. There we go. There's the combination. Dev matches, Dawson versus DJ. Oh, fuck. Okay. Surprised I hit him on the way down. He's not poking. Damn. Nope, I needed that stun gauge back under control. Nice! Oh, not good. Nice, meaty pressure. Can't wake up with light attacks like that. That was a mistake. Oh, that rollback really threw me off quite a bit there. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Damn right, man. I'll put more damage. There we go, cross up.
You win.
That momentum. That momentum. Zangief and Marissa had a match. I did think I see that. I do think I saw that one. How do I phrase that properly? I do think I remember seeing that one. Cammy versus Lily. I do remember that one. Lily and Honda. I did not see that one. I don't think. Blanca and JP. I've not seen that one. JP is definitely a big mystery card to me. I know he's got quite some interesting zoning techniques, but I'm very curious to see more of him. Don't think he's gonna be my playstyle at all because I'm not traditionally much into zoners and space controllers like that, but that'll be interesting nonetheless. Oh fuck. He knew I was trying to. He spaced it out. He delayed the heavy attack. Nice. And he stunned me out. Smart. I should die from that. No, he fucked it up. Oh, fuck. He jumped. Which input are you using? What do you mean by input? Talking about, hang on. Nice. Nope. Control and space. Which input are you using? Are you talking about which, like, am I using a fight stick? I am using a fight stick. I'm a little confused by what you mean by input specifically. Oh, that lag there. Oh, he was out of reach. Nice. Controller or stick? Okay. Yeah, I'm using a
You win.
Ori fight stick. It's got a lever. I am not using a hitbox. I am not dexterous enough for that. That's a little bit too much dexterity for me. I can't use pad. I can't use a controller. And the reason why is especially with PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. PlayStation 4 is barely within my comfortability range, but the shape of the controller hurts my hand. The PlayStation 5 controller actually legitimately digs into my knuckles. On the side of my knuckles, it straight up digs into it. I cannot stand it. Before long, my hands start to hurt after like an hour or so of playing. So I ended up learning how to play on a stick to like avoid that issue, which I know is ironic because a lot of people end up leaving the stick because it's so dexterous on their hands. For me, it's the opposite. I actually find that the stick is easier on my hands and I have less problem with it. Which is funny because like most of my experience with fighting games came from PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 controllers, and those controllers were perfectly fine on my hands because they were slender enough for my hands to go around them and curve around them, where my knuckles weren't colliding into the plastic. That may have been also because I got older and my hands got a little bigger, maybe fatter even, I don't know, but it didn't, you know, I can't use PlayStation 4 or 5 controllers. I can barely handle PlayStation 4 controller on MK11. It's within just barely tolerable, but I always got to take a break with the game after a certain period of time. It's so hard on my hands. Maybe Cody. Use this one.
Ranked in the top 30,000 in North America.
June 2nd. June 2nd, that's our date. When the game comes out, June 2nd.
Desk work just isn't my thing, you know? Looks like I can have a little fun now.
Round one. Fight. Go! Go! Right here. Go!
Oh. Nice. Nope. Oof. Wow. Uh-oh. Yikes! Oh shit, that connects. Okay. I don't know if that'll work. Oh, it did work. I might be playing against LTG. I have no idea. I think LTG is actually really fucking good at Street Fighter, though, if I remember correctly. Is my game freaking out? Oh, I think my game crashed. Or that, or he beat me and then just immediately left the game. I have no idea. I don't think I could beat LTG. I think I've seen his gameplay. Granted, he's toxic as fuck, but I know my limitations. He's actually pretty good at the game. He's committed to the game pretty severely, despite the fact that he does like to rage quit. I'm not sure if that was a rage quit, because the guy did beat me that one round. It's possible that he did quit because he didn't think that the matchup was be that close in the round, but it's hard to say. Either way, whatever. Does not work. Oh, he got stunned out. Oh, that's right. Is it raining outside? Damn, it sounds like it's downpouring. Oh, I forgot to turn on the matchmaking.
Your heart beats. I will stop it.
It's definitely a possibility. Holy shit, it really is coming down. Okay, guys, heads up warning. I have a really big thunderstorm going on outside. So if this stream suddenly stops out of nowhere, it's because the power got cut. So heads up warning about that, okay? It may happen. This is a fucking huge storm. Like, I just saw, like, literally the whole window just light up. Has it been going on for a while? I didn't even realize it until now. Must have been a little bit lighter, but it really just kicked up quite a bit. If that does happen, we're just going to end the stream. Because it has been going on for a while, but it may happen.
Currently ranked in the top 30,000 in North America.
But it is possible that guy, you know, just didn't want to play me anymore. I don't know. In any case, I don't care.
Well then, where do you want me to break you first?
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Good air grab. There we go. Nice. Fuck. Damn, he's doing that on reaction every time. Uh-oh. Damn, that was some serious pressure. Oh my god, I thought for sure you would be mixed. Why didn't I think you would EXDP? I was gonna try to like walk on his other side and then come out from the other end. Totally like completely fuck him up on the recovery. Damn, every time on reaction. That is really crazy that he can do that on reaction every time. Set it up. Nice. That should kill? I'm expecting EXDP. Nope. There you go. I've had plenty of people teabag me in Street Fighter 6 beta. I know toxicity when I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt the toxicity from him, but he had a real shot at beating me. I mean, he won the round. Oh, there goes my light. Shit, I'm in trouble. Oh, nope. My hand cramped. Oh shit, I fucked up. It still works. I honestly don't know how that happened.
You win.
That is okay. I got away with bullshit. Oh my god. That should not have happened. Legitimately, that should not have happened. Let's readjust my light here again. Yeah, that made no fucking sense.
Round one. Fight.
Oh wow, she hopped over it. Oh shit, I tried it. I gotta remember, he does that every time. Oh, that's right, it doesn't connect like that. What is going on? Don't jump at me again. Oh my god! He baited it! He fucking baited it! That was smart on his end. That was my game to win. I totally dropped that. That was my own damn fault. Oh, that was a fucking stellar mix. Damn, I might lose this. I'm definitely not doing hot. Damn! Let's fucking go, man. Come back.
Now you final round. Fight.
Damn, every time. Shit, man, that thunder crackle. Ah! I tried to do the super, but I dropped it. My hand fucking slipped off the joystick for like just a little bit. Bam, bam, bam. I think there's a shortcut setting, isn't there? Yes, there is. Start battle. 8 recovery. Start with just that for now. There we go. Half fucking health. Let's see here. Probably roughly. See, I played a lot of season 1, and halfway through season 2, I stopped playing. When I played season 1, I was primarily playing on the only version of the game I had was on PlayStation 4. I probably put maybe 50 hours into it, maybe 40 hours at most.
And you'll have a
And then I dropped off halfway through season 2. And then after season 2, I stopped playing the game all the way till the last 3 months. And then since then, I probably put about 12, maybe 13 hours into the game. So I've gotten relatively good at the game, but I mean, obviously I'm playing against people that have been playing way longer than I have. The big thing is that, you know, I try to learn. So I'm working my way up. There's players from all different skill levels. I couldn't give you an exact amount because I'd have to literally look up on my PlayStation 4 how many times, how long I actually played the fucking game. Nice. Ah, I tried to catch it. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh shit. Ah, got me! Let's fucking go, man! That was fun.
You win.
Oh, guarantee it. All we have to see is a platinum ranked player, and as soon as I run into a platinum, or not platinum, is it platinum next? Yeah, I think it is platinum. As soon as I run into a platinum ranked player, I fucking lose every time. That's where my current plateau is at right now. The gap between the gold ranks, even the ultra gold ranks, to just the platinum is pretty substantial.
Fight.
Fuck. No! Oh, what a smart decision making there. That time I was ready for it. Ah, I tried to get on the other side.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn, I missed the fucking... He walked right through it. Okay, so that's all a safe pressure tool. Nope. Oh shit, that was it. Oh man. I had him. I fucking had him and I dropped it. I I heard this waterfall stage has lag. Is that true? I don't know. It's possible. I know some of the stages do in fact have lag, and I know that certain stages are in fact banned in tournament play due to lag. This one is possible. I don't think this one is, though. I think this is one of the tournament legal ones. However, there's a variation of this stage that is not tournament legal, which I think is the dark, the one that happens at nighttime. If I remember correctly, I think that one is not tournament legal due to frame rate issues. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, there are certain stages that are actually banned in tournament play, not just because of lag issues. Like, there are certain parts of online play that are not allowed. Like, there's certain stages that are not allowed in tournament play due to, like, motion sickness. Even there's a stage where there's an airplane. That one's not allowed due to motion sickness. Holy shit, that lag. Shit. Wrong side. Oh, the meaty pressure. Okay, good. Ah, my kill.
Final round. Fight.
Oh my god, what a smart play. Damn. Not good. Not good for me. Shit. Oh, fuck. I tried to Raging Demon it. Good match. That was a very good match.
You lose.
Eating that raw super was the table turning event. Gosh, I can't get it. There we go. I need to set up a counter hit. Need to retrain myself to remember counter hits. Here we go. Well, this is evil Ryu, but I wouldn't say I really love Ryu. This version of Ryu is by far my favorite. The evil Ryu variation is a lot more aggressive. I enjoy playing Ryu, but I really only picked him because I don't know. I don't have a really strong attachment to one character in particular or another in Street Fighter. So my typical thing for fighting game characters is that I tend to gravitate towards karate style characters. I have a big, strong affinity for karate characters. So my favorite fighting game character in the Street Fighter genre, or the Street Fighter series, is Makoto. Shit. And we're about to see the big difference between me and a Platinum. Every time I fight a Platinum, I get shown out so hard. Ooh, that fucking frame rate. There we go, we did the trade.
Not my day.
If Makoto was a mainstay character, or at least a major pick character in what I should say is a one of the core rosters of Street Fighter 6, I would be using her. She would be my main. Oh shit. What a fucking play! Damn! Colored me impressed. He measured that perfectly.
Final round. Fight.
Damn. Fuck, I can't believe that hit me. Let's fucking go! I got a fucking set! That's my first win against a fucking Platinum. My very first.
You win.
I've yet to beat a Platinum. This is my first Platinum I've beaten.
Round one. Fight.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh damn, another command throw again. Damn. Command throw the fuck out of me. Oh man, that grind. He just grind me down to a nub. Yikes. That's a rough round. Fuck. In there? I can't believe that didn't land.
Not done yet. Like that. Not done yet. This. Not done yet.
Okay, just guessing on that one.
Not done yet.
Fuck! Okay. Jesus! There we go.
Not my day.
Still in it.
Final round.
I'm still in it. Oh man. Look at us fucking spacing each other out like that, playing footsies. Oh, that didn't connect. Fuck. Oh, he got me. He got me. I still got one more set with him.
You lose.
This is the closest I've gotten so far to beating the plat. I'm hoping I can win. It'll be a big, for me, it will be a big, big milestone. That's the word I'm looking for.
Round one. Fight.
Especially since I haven't played this game in so long. Let's fucking go, mix, baby. Let's get the fucking mix going. No, I'm gonna keep that pressure going, even if it means burn meter. Fuck, that still beats lows. Damn that! That's close enough for a command throw, even after a strike. That's crazy. That must extend its box. Okay, got around.
Not my day.
Round two. Fight.
Not done yet. Not done yet.
What? How did that not connect? That blast was in his chest. Let's fucking go!
Not my day.
Oh, yeah.
You win.
That was a big read. I had a feeling he was gonna throw that fucking projectile at me. That's my first platinum win. Fuck. He's like not anywhere close to me either. He's pretty high up on the point list. That's a big milestone there. I'm happy about that. Blanca's always a character I struggle with in this game because there's a lot of knowledge gap that I have against this matchup. Same thing with E Honda. Like, I don't know the knowledge since I didn't keep up with the game. The character knowledge is very heavy against me, where I just don't know certain moves do what, and I don't know his combinations. I haven't had enough exposure to it to learn those combinations. So this is a case of where I have to fight purely on the fundamentals without knowing much knowledge check. Like, I've fought in plenty of Gs where now I've learned the knowledge checks a little bit. So I know I can predict what they're going to do because I have the knowledge of what that character does. But Blanca and who's the other one? Can't remember off the top of my head right now. Yes. This stage is banned, if you didn't know. This stage is banned on tournaments as well. And the reason why is the water. The water hides the character's legs and whatever on the ground. So you can't properly measure. It's a cool stage. Everyone loves it, but it does obstruct quite a bit of the game. Really? Oh shit. That sucked. See, because I lacked that knowledge, I wouldn't have known that he would have gone on the other side. I did not know he would go completely on the other side like that. Oh, nice. That must be a V trigger of some, or V skill. Yeah, projectile, got it. And that's positive on block, got it. Oh, my input failed. I should put him over and stunned, yes. Fuck. Okay. What is that? That thing fucking go through projectiles? I didn't know that.
Final round. Fight.
Fuck! Ah! I still won. I was trying to go for the raging demon on whiff, but I accidentally got the wrong input out because I
you win.
Couldn't input it properly.
Round one. Fight.
Shit. Oh shit. He's gotta be so mad. That's like 3 times I've interrupted his EX attack. That rarely happens in fighting games. That rarely happens in fighting games when you throw an EX attack and it gets stuffed by a fucking normal. And that happened like 3 times in 1 round. That's gotta really tilt him. He's emotionally probably very, yeah, he's aggressive now. He's gonna start pressing more buttons. Nice. Oh shit, that's fireball, not. Oh shit. Let's fucking go! I don't know if that'll kill though. Oh, so close. No, 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 no. I wasn't paying attention to the meter. What happened there? He got mental stacked. He was thinking so hard that I was gonna throw a fireball that he stopped thinking about the jump, and he couldn't react to it because of that. That's what we call mental stack, where you get so fixated on waiting for that fireball or waiting for that particular move you're trying to intercept, you forget about all the other options. It happens. It happens even to the best of us. It happens to everyone, where you just get so fixated on looking for something. Now that I know that his V-trigger allows him to go right through fireballs, that's clearly what he was going for. All right, we're gonna do probably one more game, guys. After the next game, we're gonna call it a day, and it's been a long stream. It'll be fun. It has been fun. It's been fun having great discussions, fun discussions, watching good content. We'll have plenty more to watch tomorrow. It'll be an exciting day tomorrow. And I've made a milestone in this fucking game. I made a milestone. I made it through my first platinum. My first platinum I've defeated so far. Mental stack is huge in Street Fighter 6. Yes, it is. And a large component of that is because there's so many options. There's so many things that you can do in that game. Especially with the drive meter. The drive meter really enforces mental stack, because it forces you to lose certain defensive options if you don't stay aggressive to a certain level. And certain characters are going to be very dangerous due to the drive mechanic. Like I've already heard that like Jury's like becoming a menace in the game already. You won your first platinum because I was here, lol. JK. No, you're my good luck charm. Keep showing up and I'll keep winning against platinums. I think this is the same platinum I just beat too. So we'll see if you really are the good luck charm. If I beat him again here in the next 3 set, then you're officially good luck charm material. We'll see. Nice, good interception there. Fucking, I cannot believe he can command grab after a strike like that. Jump, no. Oh no! Fuck, I tried to super out of it. I'm going for it! No! Waiting for it! I thought I saw an animation. Really? Fuck, I moved right into that one. Damn it. I don't know. Fuck. Oh, fuck, I'm still in.
Not my day! Final round. Fight.
Damn that. Okay, every time after he does that jump, he does that command throw from that range, so I just need to neutral jump it. Let's go ahead and meter burn and start to get the health pool advantage. Fuck. Let's fucking go, man. One more. One more.
Round one. Fight.
And neutral jump. Come on, man. Remember, every time he does that. That's right, I got you fucking mixed. Fucked up the input though. Oh damn, that's a serious recovery time. Whew.
Not my day. Round two. Fight.
Let's go for a high damage right off the bat. Oh, I needed it. Okay. I finally figured out the fucking pattern. Let's fucking go! You are a good luck charm, motherfucker. Oh my god. Who would have guessed that would fucking work? It went right over his fucking fireball. And because he's so damn tall, it hit him in the top of his head.
You've got a 5-win streak in ranked match.
It's official. It is official. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap up the stream here. It's been a wild ride. Been a lot of fun. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for participating in the conversation. And hopefully you guys had fun. I did. I really did. But yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here. Oh shit! No, 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 no. It's the games. I forgot to turn off the fucking matchmaking. GG's indeed. I forgot to turn off the fucking matchmaking. Yeah, I guess there's one last one.
A 5-win streak in a ranked match.
Well, if you do, that'd be awesome. But don't stress yourself out, man. Don't need to go jumping through hoops for it. You know, the stream ain't going anywhere. You can always rewatch the replays.
Round 1.
But if you join in early, that'd be awesome. Fuck. Damn. Fucking stun. Reset. More damage. Let's fucking go.
Round 2. Fight.
Your guard's down.
Fuck. Oh, that might. That's gonna hurt a lot. And I'm gonna still be in stun range if he hits me. Fuck. Those long limbs, man. Those fucking long limbs. I do have the meter advantage, though. That's knowledge gap there. If he doesn't know that that's frame positive, that means that's a knowledge gap issue for him. Let's fucking go. All right, that's gonna be the last match. I'm not gonna rematch this guy, because I did say the last match would be it.
You win.
But I will catch you guys early tomorrow. Peace out, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed it. See you tomorrow.